Alright, UFC Fight Night San Diego. Marlon Vera versus Dominic Cruz. Oh, alright, so we just wrapped up Zalal. Yusuf. Oh, fucking hell. We just wrapped up Yusuf Zalal versus Damon Blackshear. And I just caught it at the end of the first round, or the end of like halfway through the third round, and Zalal was like beating the shit out of him. So, but they said that the first couple rounds were close, which is again another example of why round by round scoring shouldn't be a thing. Like if the first two rounds are close, but then you almost get finished in the third round, maybe you shouldn't like win the fight if the first two rounds are scored to you. I mean, yeah. Oh my god, it's a split decision. Again, like if you almost get finished in the third round, this fight should not be a draw. So this is ridiculous. Like he 10-8'd his opponent in the third round. Yeah, just dumb. I mean, it just shouldn't matter though. If you almost get finished in a fight and then the rest of the fight is like extremely close, you should lose the fight. It shouldn't be considered a draw. Like it's just kind of ridiculous. Zalal versus Blackshear. I caught it in the third round when Blackshear was almost getting finished. And I guess they thought that the first two rounds went to Blackshear, but in my opinion, like if you almost lose the fight and the first two rounds are extremely close, you should lose the fight. Or if you almost get finished and like the rest of the fight is extremely close, you should probably lose the fight. I don't know if that's a. Oh yeah, the last round should be a 10-8 for sure. He almost got finished, but still, it's just kind of like. It's still just kind of like, why should it be a draw if like 10 or 12 minutes of the fight is extremely close and then in the third round you almost finish the person? No, I don't think a draw is unfair here. I just think that the scoring rules need to change. Like, we shouldn't. Like, obviously, the way that the scoring is set up now, I think that they got it right. But I did miss the beginning of the fight. All right, we got Josh Quinlan taking on the Vanilla Gorilla. I don't know, people are crazy. They're talking about how, like, James Krause is just a bunch of, like, basically zealots that will just fight for him. It's kind of hilarious. Like, oh, well, they'll fight their heart outs for him. When he asks them to fight, they'll do it. They'll go to war. It's just kind of weird. It's like they're fighting for their coach. I guess it's a good relationship to have. This guy's probably going to beat Jason Witt. I don't know. I was like high on Jason Witt. Technically, we have 10-7, but even so, I don't think it's close enough. It was enough for 10-7, not even close. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that it should have been a 10-7, especially under the current scoring system that we have now. It's just unfortunate that, like, you can have two extremely close rounds and the judges might lean towards your opponent, and then you almost like beat the hell out of the guy, almost finishing him, and then the judges like give you that round, but it's still not enough to like get a win. But at least it was a draw there. Like, it would have been a shame if the judges gave him a 10-9 for that. That would have been ridiculous. Like, you're right. I'm not even like mad about this. I think that under our current system, this is as good of an outcome as you can really hope for. So Jason Witt fought recently against Brian Barberena, and that fight was insane. I've noticed a trend with James Krause's. I've noticed a trend with James Krause's fighters. Let's see. Damn, Valid lost Paulo Costa as well? That sucks. I'll throw this up here. I love Walid. I think he's hilarious. But then again, I don't know if he's like the best manager to have if you're a UFC fighter. Like, I think he does a really good job of getting you into the UFC, but like he needs to he needs to like maintain a good relationship with the people at the top of the UFC. So I don't know how hard he's actually fighting to like try to get his clients good deals. Which when you get to the top of the divisions, you really need to get good deals. So I'm like not really surprised that Figueiredo and Costa are parting ways. Let's see. If we go to Jason Witt, the Vanilla Gorilla. Oh, yeah, he lost to Philip Rowe. Yeah, he got knocked out. And he almost got knocked out against Brian Barberena. I don't know how good this guy, Josh Quinlan's wrestling is. Like, pretty sure this is his UFC debut, so I don't really know that much about him, but it should be interesting. Quinlan versus Witt. Not prediction. I get the criticisms against Walid, but he is a good manager. Yeah, I think he's a good manager. He gets his guys into the UFC, you're right, but it's just like he can't really push them that far in terms of like the paychecks because he has to like maintain his relationship with the UFC. He got a rematch for Davison after being finished. Costa fought for title shot after 4 wins. Amanda Lemos fought like twice. He gets the good fights. Yeah, I mean, you can't deny it. He's a really good manager. Like, I don't know the business side of him, but just like the promotional side is awesome. He does a great job promoting his fighters. I also think like he has an undeniable eye for talent. He's finds all of these awesome Brazilian fighters from Brazil. Like, he's definitely a huge part of the sport. Without him, like, MMA would look so much different. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's like I heard some things. I was listening to Uriah Faber's interview with Ariel Helwani, or not Ariel Helwani, with with like Luke Thomas on Morning Combat, and he was talking about how like maybe Figueiredo is like being undervalued. Maybe he doesn't know his value as a fighter because he's from Brazil. But like Waleed should know the values of his fighters. So I don't know if it's really just the pay. Like it seems like all of his fighters are getting great opportunities. It might just be that they feel like they're not being paid enough. And I wouldn't be like surprised if that's actually the case. So Witt has the body lock right now. Quinlan doesn't look great here. I'm not going to lie. Witt is a very tough guy. But he doesn't have a great chin. Oh, what did I just say? He doesn't have a great chin. Right hand and he's done. Wow. Wow, talk about calling it immediately. or a timely call out. Paulo said he didn't like the way his contract was renegotiated with the UFC. Yeah. When you get to the top of the division, you really don't want a super long contract, right? Because things change so quickly. Oh, God, dude. Wow. Plus, Quinlan, like, held himself back. Boom! That check left hook. Holy shit. Honestly, the most impressive part is that he didn't slam a hammer fist into Witt's face. Boom. Michael Bisping should appreciate that. Since he got H-bombed by Dan Henderson. Wow, dude. Quinlan, I mean, I wasn't paying too much attention to his fight, but like landed a power left hook. Fought Jason Witt's hands like amazingly when Witt had the body lock and was like trying to wrestle him. I mean, he just looks good. The guy's super jacked too. Only managed to give him a 5-fight contract. Did Costa get a different contract, or did he take the one that Waleed negotiated with him? This contract was renegotiated after his third win in UFC. Dude, I want to learn Portuguese because listening to the Brazilian MMA media would be like amazing, I feel like. Yeah, dude, that's Jason Witt's like if we take a look at his record, he got knocked out against Matt Semmelsberger round 1. Against Brian Barberena, he won the fight, but he got like completely destroyed and was rocked badly during that fight. Philip Rowe, he gets knocked out really badly in round 2, just like completely destroyed. And then Josh Quinlan knocks him out in round 1. So that's like a 4-fight almost finish streak. God damn, dude. Not to mention before the Matt Semmelsberger one, he had a win, fair enough. And then he gets knocked out against Takashi Sato in round 1. Like, this guy should retire. Ooh. Waleed, he didn't need to be that brutal. I mean, he's not wrong, but still. I don't know how serious Paulo Costa is actually taking MMA at this point. He was like fucking around so much with Vettori. Worry about making weight. I mean, I think Costa's a great fighter. I also think he's hilarious. You'd probably know more than me, like listening to his interviews in his native language, but like his trash talk against Izzy was fucking awesome. He's like, "Oh, that's a very beautiful earring." He's like completely getting under Izzy's skin, just making a complete mockery of him. Like, Paulo Costa is really fucking funny. I just don't know like how seriously he's actually taking this fucking game where he's just coming in like 20 pounds overweight against Vittori. I mean, the guy's just a crazy athlete. Quinlan. I mean, Quinlan came in off of the Contender Series, I think. He posted fake photos of Dana and Rose. That's crazy. Wait a second. What? Oh, wait. Josh Quinlan. Where did he come in off of? No contest on the Contender Series? Oh, so he must have won off of the Contender Series, but then that was overturned due to like steroids or something. Wow, dude. Waleed, I don't know. That is kind of just a public roasting of a fighter that he represents. Like, maybe that's not the best idea. Jesus, dude. Paulo Costa, man, he does kind of sound crazy. Where does Josh Quinlan train? Milestone Martial Arts. Who else is in Milestone Martial Arts? Alfonso Espinoza, Manny Rivera, Robert Chow. I don't know. No one really. Damn, I mean, a lot of fighters are into anti-vaxxing. I was talking with some people at my gym the other day about Joe Rogan, and they're like, the media's just out to get him, like kind of in a joking way, but also kind of serious, and it was just, it was just rough. I'm like, oh my god. I'm gonna have to choke you out now. Yeah, that's true. I feel like it'd be different if Waleed was just tweeting about like Paulo Costa's Twitter activity, but if he's just like making comments about it during an interview, then you can't really blame him that much. If it was just like completely unprovoked, like he knew about Costa's Twitter activity, but instead of talking to him, he like made a public comment, that'd be a different thing. I mean, Waleed is just like a character. He's not gonna change his personality to try to coddle your feelings. He's said, like, you can't blame him for saying what you think, what he thinks. What happened with Paulo and the nurse? Tell me what happened. Jose Aldo. God damn it, dude. Merab, Jose Aldo. Honestly, I'm more hyped for Merab versus Aldo and Paulo Costa versus Rockhold than I am for Edwards versus Usman. I think Edwards versus Usman's going to be like okay, but it's going to be high level for sure, but it's going to be kind of reminiscent of Cannonier versus Izzy, where it's just like not a lot of output and just a lot of like technical stuff. I feel like most of the fight's gonna play out like with guys trying to take spatial advantage of each other. Like if Usman can clinch up, grind against Edwards in the clinch, that might give him an advantage. Or if they can wrestle. He's going to take a shot from COVID. There was like a room full of nurses. One of them was filing his paperwork while the others prepare the vaccine. The nurse finished the paperwork before he... Oh, God. This doesn't sound good, dude. Oh, shit. Ode Osborne is good. Tyson Nam. Ooh. If you're getting censored by the chat, type it out in Discord. God damn, dude. Yeah, God. Fighters, like, I don't know. People kind of say that, oh, if you learn martial arts, he's going to take a shot for COVID. There was like a room full of nurses. The nurse finished the paperwork before he took the vaccine. He tries to leave with the paperwork without taking the shot. What? So he's just wanted the paperwork? They grab him, he tries to get off. So he's like, dude, what the hell? Is this dude actually crazy? If he was caught flying to the USA or other countries with falsified COVID paperwork, this is serious business. I mean, I don't think you need to be vaccinated to enter the US. I'm pretty sure that's not an actual law. Let's see. US. Do you need to be vaccinated to enter USA? The White House announced that vaccines will be required for international travelers coming into the United States with an effective date of November 8th, 2021. If you are a non-US citizen who is a non-immigrant, you will need to show proof of being fully vaccinated against COVID-19 before you travel by air to the United States from a foreign country. Well, I guess that's true. I guess that's if you're a non-US citizen, so. No, I guess I was wrong. If you're not a US citizen, I mean, according to this, I guess it's because the last time I came into the country, they didn't ask for proof of vaccination, but that's because I was a U.S. citizen. But this is just if you travel by air. So I guess if you're driving, which I was driving, they're not gonna check you. I mean, it is crazy, though. It's definitely crazy. I don't know. There's like a few reasons for anti-vaxxing stuff. One is kind of the whole herbal supplements. I want to be natural. Kind of like the religious arguments against vaccines too. Like God will take care of me, or any. It's like natural medicine is always going to be better than medicine developed by doctors or scientists in labs. Yeah, last time I entered the country, Trump was president. You're right about that. But then you also have like just general mistrust of the government, which is funny since like Donald Trump was the one talking about vaccines and like people are in love with him, but like there's so much cognitive dissonance between Trump supporters, but then when you tell them that, oh, well, Trump supports the vaccines too, and then they're like, well, I think that's wrong. It's hilarious stuff. All right. Yeah, and then there's also, I think the biggest thing is just like the identity, where you're identifying with a group of people that have made it part of like their group identity that we're not going to get vaccinated. Like they're at least anti-COVID vaccines. Which is probably what I assume Paulo Costa's, like that's where Paulo Costa falls. Yeah, yeah, I know. It's so ironic. I'm the current president of the United States, but I'm anti-establishment. It's like, okay, dude. Like people are just so fucking crazy. Oh my god, dude. People in the U.S. have been going off because Donald Trump's house was raided by the FBI, and people are going crazy. Like conservatives are going crazy, calling for civil war, saying that this is like, well, they're right that it's never happened before, but they're saying that this is Joe Biden's personal army going after Trump. It's just madness right now. It's like we have right wing pundits in this country calling for civil war, pretty much telling people that it's time for war and to pick up their guns. We've already had a shooter like attacking the FBI's office in Ohio, and that's like it's like literally 2 days after Trump got raided. Ooh, God, dude, flyweight fights are so great. They're so great. They're just so fast. Ode Osborne's right hook. He's like kicking Nam towards his right side, and then he's landing the right hook over the top as Nam moves into that side. Oh god, dude, that push kick is so gross. Ode's body, he's just like bringing that foot up, pressing it right into Nam's body right there. It almost looks like he's targeting the liver. Tyson's smiling, but he's taken about 3 hard shots to the right side of his body, and like that's right where his liver is, so he's probably not going to be smiling that much. Man, Ode Ode does get a little cocky though. He definitely showboats a lot, but I mean he's just so fast right now. He's literally throwing strikes as twice as fast as Nam. He's throwing 2 strikes for every 1 strike that Nam's throwing. Ooh, did that land? Well, even if it landed, Osborne was like pulling away from it, so could have been much worse. Nam's smiling like the guys smile when they when they get hit, which is not a great sign to me. It's like I think back about Masvidal smiling when he gets hit, fucking Sam Alvey smiling all the time when he gets punched like that. God, they're so freaking fast. I mean, Oda's significantly faster than Nam is. Oh my god, dude. Again. What? What did I just say? He gets way too cocky in there. What is with fighters and just like throwing random shit and then thinking that they're invulnerable? He literally threw a flying knee, landed with his hands down, completely in Nam's range, and then just got like punched in the face. And he's like, "Oh, I guess that can happen too." Look at this. Throws a flying knee completely out of range. Wow, dude. Look at how dumb that knee was. I cannot believe it. I mean, what did I say? The only thing that I was like shitting on Osborne for is him getting too cocky in there. I thought he was much faster, and I thought that he had more weapons too, but he's kind of getting a little full of himself. He just gets punched right in the fucking head after throwing a stupid attack. Jesus Christ. That was kind of embarrassing, to be honest. Dude, God. You're winning the fight. Why do you need to do stupid shit like that? Like, it's one thing if you're down on the scorecards and you try to throw flying knees. But I can't, dude, I don't know, man. These young fighters are so stupid. Like, would you ever see someone like Dustin Poirier doing that? Like a fucking veteran of the game, just throwing a flying knee, not setting it up at all, landing right into his opponent's range. Wow, that is bad. Yeah, dude, the fights. I mean, I missed the Zalal fight. Tyson Nam looked pretty good. I mean, I thought he was getting eaten up by body shots, but his defense, his like guard was pretty good, and his head movement was good too. And oh yeah, it's definitely a rookie move. But Ode always does that shit, man. He always jumps into stupid shit. At least with Michelle Pajera, he's like physically just insane. So when he does stupid shit like that, his just physical attributes allow him to get away with it. Boom. He tells people to go to his Instagram to look for a call out instead of doing it on the UFC. So he's Hawaiian? I'm pretty sure. Alright, what is next? Yeah, these fight nights. These fights have been all good so far. Bingo bango. Eat a mango. I love you, San Diego. Man, Dominic Cruz. I'm rooting for him. Oh, Gabriel Benitez versus Charlie Ontiveros. This guy is such a fucking douchebag hairstyle. It's hilarious. Ontiveros versus Benitez. He's got TikToker hair.
Biggest thing I learned from my injuries is I had most of my injuries very young. I started getting injured after I won titles, like when I was like 25, 26. So like I had a stint where I was 25 with the title hurt. So like I'm still
Mowgli. So Gabriel Benitez is 34. He trains out of AKA.
life left in mixed martial arts. So I knew that if I could get around what my body was doing to me mentally by building my mind and my spirit and my emotions.
He fought David Onama, got TKO'd in round 4 or round 1. Then he got TKO'd by Billy Quarantillo. And then before that, he beat Justin James. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, this guy Ontiveros. Is that a thing for the U.S.? What? What are you referring to? The hairstyle? Oh God. Whoa, he looked so normal here. And then TikTok came along, and now he looks like this. It literally like made him brain dead. This is embarrassing. How is that even the same person? Steve Garcia, Kevin Holland. I don't know, man. He throws a lot of fancy kicks, but he got... Ontiveros throws a lot of fancy kicks, but he got taken down and his neck got spasmed by Kevin Holland, so... Plus this guy trains out of AKA. No, he's always had this hairstyle in the UFC. I remember his last fight. In his last fight against Steve Garcia, he like kicks Steve Garcia with an axe kick, like flicks his foot up, crashes it down, completely rocks Steve Garcia. Then Steve Garcia comes back, takes him down, starts elbowing him. He elbows him so bad and like ground and pounds him so bad, his hair turns completely red. It's like one of the bloodiest fights I've ever seen. We'll see. We'll see. Ariel Martinez doesn't have that good of a record. He's... Wait, both these guys? Oh, wait, no, that's Ontiveros. What am I talking about? Yeah, this guy's been in the UFC a really long time. Since 2014. Yeah, his hair looks fine on Tapology. I literally think it's when TikTok became a thing. He like grew out this is TikToker hair. Where it'd be like, you have it shaved really short on the sides and then like puffy on top or whatever. It's like a muffin. It's like a gross muffin. What do you think about O'Malley versus Yan? Dude. First of all, that's like actually genius matchmaking. I don't think anyone was thinking about O'Malley versus Yan until the UFC said it. And it's just such a good matchup for both guys. First of all, I said it before, and I'll stick with this. I thought that Corey Sandhagen, and I still think that Corey Sandhagen is the worst matchup stylistically for Petr Yan. Even though he lost to Aljamain Sterling, like he pretty much lost because Aljo got 2 takedowns on him. That's what lost him the fight. I think if he can address that, he's gonna easily beat Aljo. Even in the 4th and 5th round, he was beating the fuck out of Aljo. And after the fight, Aljo's like, "Oh well, I was confident that I won the first 3 rounds, so I was just taking the 4th and 5th round off," which is fucking bullshit. He gassed out and he was holding on by a thread, trying to not lose the fight. He's like, the first round of that fight was extremely close. And he didn't know for sure if he won it or lost. And, like, keeping that in mind, no one in their right mind no one in his corner, and he shouldn't have been thinking, oh, I can just coast for the rest of this. So I think Yan is better than Aljo, even though he lost that last fight. Aljo wasn't close to finishing Yan. By the end of the fight, Aljo was completely turtled up. Yan was beating the shit out of him. Fair enough to Aljo for winning on the scorecards. I can't fault him there. But, I mean, this just brings me back to O'Malley versus Yan. I think that Corey Sandhagen is like the worst stylistic matchup for him because of how versatile he is. Sandhagen does have good jiu-jitsu. And he's also just like a super creative and deadly striker. Now you compare Sandhagen to O'Malley then. O'Malley might have a little bit more power in his hands, but I don't think he's as creative a striker as Sandhagen. I don't think that he's as well-rounded as Sandhagen either. So I really think Jan's just gonna like eat him up. Now the thing is, if this is a 3-round fight, that's a completely different story. O'Malley might actually have a legit chance to beat him. I think O'Malley's gonna get folded. Worst matchup for Giannis Sandhagen, just like I think the worst matchup for Charles is Chandler and Poirier, despite the wins. Oh, Chandler and Gaethje? But how can you say Gaethje's the worst matchup for Oliveira? Because, like, we saw what happened in that fight. Oliveira was able to pull guard, and there was no way in hell Gaethje would ever enter into his guard. I think that you're right that Chandler's a bad matchup for Charles. But why do you say that Gaethje is a bad matchup for him? Someone explosive can get him in trouble. Yeah, exactly. Which is exactly why he lost to Aljo. Like, he just wasn't expecting these explosive takedowns, and then Aljo to just pretty much hold him down. Aljo was getting a few good ground and pound shots, but like nothing significant at all. Well, I just think that if this is a 3-round fight, we might actually have a legit... that's going to change the conversation completely for if Jan will win or not. Like, I can definitely see Jan taking the first round off, just because that's pretty much what he always does. And then just letting the second round slip away from him, like, without even realizing it. And then even if O'Malley gets pieced up in the third round and starts slowing down, he might still lose. His best night he can deliver damage. I mean, didn't Charles get dropped like twice in that fight? The problem is, I don't think Gaethje's going to put Charles completely unconscious. And if he knocks down Charles without making him completely unconscious, he's going to let Charles stand back up because he's not going to jump down into Charles's guard and try to ground and pound him. Gaethje has an okay chin. I would say it's like above average. I don't think it's super remarkable. And Gaethje has good chin wrestling to keep Charles from taking him down. Yeah. He does have... You're right. You're right that he's probably harder to take down than Poirier. But the thing is... Whoa! Ontiveros cut his hair. He kind of looks like Alex Pereira with his hair cut like that. You're right that Gaethje has good anti-wrestling, pretty much. But the thing is, like... Gaethje only has anti-wrestling. He doesn't have any... offensive wrestling. So if he finds himself in an ability, if he finds himself in a spot to beat up Oliveira, like once he has Oliveira dropped, he's not going to be able to do it. And like we saw with Charles Oliveira, he didn't even take Poirier down to finish him. Like, that's the beauty of jiu-jitsu, in my opinion. Especially high-level jiu-jitsu and MMA. You don't have to go through all the steps of entering a clinch, taking someone down, passing their guard, passing side control, mounting them, like maybe taking their back and then sinking in a submission. Like, we're seeing it more and more often where people will just pull guard, work for submissions off their back, or they'll go for like a sacrifice takedown. They know that all of these American style wrestlers will just turtle up and try to like roll to their hands and knees and try to stand up. We just saw that with Pantoja versus Alex Perez, where like if you're a good enough jiu-jitsu player, you can just take advantage of the American wrestling instinct, take their back, and then work submissions off of their back. They can still be standing up. That's how Oliveira submitted Poirier. The other thing is, like, if you're a good enough striker, you don't even need to take them down. You can just knock them down, which is what Oliveira did to Gaethje. Gaethje got exposed so hard in his weak points last fight, but we can't forget his past presentations due to stuff in nails. I just don't think that he's the toughest test against Oliveira. I think Gaethje is the toughest test against Conor McGregor. Oliveira's jiu-jitsu is just too good. It's just too good. Like, there was no way in fucking hell Gaethje was gonna enter his guard. The worst matchup for Charles is explosive wrestler with heavy hands. Yeah. I mean, the closer we got to Gaethje versus Charles, I was like, the closer or the more I was confident in Charles winning, just because of how bad Gaethje's ground game is. And we even like released this video like titled "Is Gaethje fucked?" where we were talking about how the striking is pretty close. Like, the striking is pretty close between Charles and Gaethje. I would still give Gaethje the edge in the striking, but just the threat of the takedown, the jiu-jitsu, even the clinching is just so much that like you have to favor Charles in that matchup. Um, like Gaethje's striking game gets so affected by how good his opponent's ground game is. Like, we saw him against Habib. Against Habib, he was just constantly retreating. Now, granted, Habib was like putting on heavy pressure, but he wasn't able to like fight fire with fire, which is what he likes to do, because he knows that Habib's threat of the takedown is there and could just like completely change the course of the fight. So he had a really low stance, was constantly moving his feet, and always keeping his hips protected. Gaethje was 55-45. I mean, I do think that out of all of the opponents, out of Oliveira's title fights, I would rate Poirier as the toughest matchup, because I do think Poirier is the toughest fighter. I think he's the most well-rounded fighter, and I think that he is like a super good striker that can beat Oliveira in the striking department. The reason why I thought he lost is because he made a horrible decision to just pull Oliveira into his closed guard in the second round. Granted, Oliveira did cheat by pulling onto his glove, but like that's on the ref for not calling that. And then Poirier was just on his back getting pounded by Oliveira. Oliveira has super underrated ground and pound. And then he was completely gassed, he was damaged, and then in the third round we saw what happened. Oliveira took his back, choked him out. So I think Poirier is like the hardest test for Oliveira. And then I would rank Chandler second hardest, just because he is explosive and he has good wrestling. So if he drops Oliveira, he's not going to be afraid to like go into his guard like we saw. And then I think Gaethje's the easiest for him, just because he basically has no wrestling. Anyway, this is an interesting fight so far. Ontiveros versus Benitez, aka is Hav in Benitez's corner. Ontiveros is always so explosive at the beginning, and he throws these fancy ass kicks. He loves throwing these kicks. Benitez goes in for a clinch game. Ontiveros is trying to like counter strike with it. Man, Ontiveros just looks so weird. He looks like a mix between Nico Price and Alex Pereira. He's so lanky. I prefer him with his TikTok hair. Wow. He keeps throwing these axe kicks, man. I just want to see what happens to Ontiveros if they get out of the first round. Like, can he keep this pace up? Like, throwing all these fancy kicks? I like the way he's fighting. Like, even though he has his hands down, he has a very wide stance, which should allow him to like get out of danger if it happens. And he's like super light on his feet. Benitez is doing the right decision with like attacking the legs, though. I think that's smart. Holy shit, dude. Ontiveros is going off with these kicks. I just don't know how effective they're going to be. I think Charles could have taken him down if he tried. Dan Hooker took Poirier down more than once easily. I know, like, technically Poirier has good takedown defense, but in reality, he loves to pull guillotine. And I think that he, like, might just be a little lazy with it. Oh, shit. Oh. Benitez is doing some good work in this clinch here. Beautiful head position, just, like, completely breaking Ontiveros' posture. Knees up the middle. Uh-oh, he got kneed in his TikToker balls. Was it a knee? Benitez is claiming that he didn't hit him. He has such a chokeable neck. I know, dude. His neck is so long. Yeah, it's kind of a weird angle, but it looks like his... Oh, yeah, dude. It's like the thigh got him clean on the cup. I think it was an elbow or something. I don't know, man. Benitez's deep... Oh, that left hand! Benitez's defense just looks good. Nice takedown. Oh, and he slammed him! He just picked him up and he threw him. He didn't even follow him to the ground. Dude, say what you want about how shitty Ontiveros is, he's always entertaining. Because he comes out hot and he loses spectacularly. Oh, another elbow. Oh my god. This is going to be over. Oh! I mean, let's be honest here. Benitez was not really in any trouble that fight. God damn, these fights have been fire tonight. Dude, everyone loves to beat up Ontiveros. It's so funny. Dude, not a scratch on him. Actually, his eye did get a little puffy. Ontiveros needs to do something else, man. Man, Benitez was getting hit a lot. Oh, fuck. And then he punched him on the way down. Passed a full mount like that. Like, it was extremely easy, dude. Oh, god damn. Damn. Shit, dude. Poor Auntie. Auntie my Veros. I mean, Benitez's defense was pretty solid until he started like brawling with Ontiveros, and he just ended up being too slow. But then he made the smart decision to go for a takedown. That's gotta suck though. You're like being Ontiveros in this situation. You make it to the UFC, you get fucked by Holland, and your neck's tweaked. Oh my god, dude, his neck hurts too. Man, his poor girlfriend's there. Oh, that overhand left. The guy just doesn't have a chin. And he doesn't have good takedown defense. And I also don't think he has good striking defense. Ooh. I know, dude. His poor neck. His poor neck. Jesus. You can see him, dude. I know it'd be fun to grapple with him. So you want to be a fighter? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Ontiveros might want to go back to kickboxing or wherever he was before this. Yeah, I swear, like, I could probably roll with him too. I mean, he's probably more fit than me. He has better cardio than me, but what weight class was this? 155 pounds? I mean, the guy's so tall and lank. He is pretty lanky, but you're right. He probably gets choked out pretty easily. Gotta. Marlon Vera is hilarious. He must be purple belt level, but I can. But with this neck, he does it, dude. He has just has. He's so tall and he's so skinny too. That's the problem. I mean, we saw his neck get spasmed against Kevin Holland. His head always gets just bobbled around. It is funny. It's like if you think about it, there are guys who are so technical, but they just don't have like either the physicality or the will to to fight in the octagon like at a professional level. So there's like technical wizards, but they just don't have the drive or the physicality to actually fight properly or like be a professional fighter at the highest level. So you have guys like Ontiveros, they have beautiful kicks, but they're just lacking in so many other aspects. Even if it's just physical aspects, like not having a good enough chin, having his neck too long, and it's just interesting when you think about what happens, like the type of guys that you see at the top. They're all so tough. Like so many guys get weeded out for so many different reasons. You want to have massive head and hands, hands for power, head for having space to dissipate the force of the punches. I, I don't know if that's 100% true. I think you just want to have like a super thick neck to be able to support your head when it gets bobbled around. You don't want your head like flying all over the place. I haven't looked at his hands. I have not looked at Pereira's hands, but I'm sure you're right. I think like Shane Carwin had the largest hands. Shane Carwin hands, and he was like a knockout guy. Oh yeah, this is the famous image. The thing about the head is true for real. Boxers know a lot about this, and yes, the strong neck is important. This is the famous image. You have Brock Lesnar's hand and then Shane Carwin's. His hands are like fucking cinder block. It's crazy. Like, look at this. Dude, it looks like it's some kind of trick of the camera. Like Brock Lesnar's like 5 feet further away from the camera, but I think that they're about to touch. Like, his hands are nuts. This is crazy shit. I mean, this one, they look a little bit more similar. If we look here, I mean, look at these things. Those are massive. Holy shit. I thought I had big hands. Hands for power, head for having space to dissipate. So you're saying if you have a larger head, then instead of like all the force going straight into your brain, it will like go around the side of your head. I mean, Usman seems like he has a pretty big head. Or you just don't want to be punched that much. Let's see. Anatomy for boxers. Let's see what this says. Titleboxing.com. What, this is water? Wait, this is all it says? Let's just see what this says. 75% of your brain. A boxer's brain is prone to injury. Yeah, whatever. We know all this. Heart, muscles, blood, skin, bones. Fighting involves a great deal of skeletal contact, and strong bones are needed to absorb impact. Okay, so this is just talking about weight cutting. I heard a lot of people talking about this in boxing circles, and people assume it is true. I mean, I'm not going to dismiss that, but a lot of people in fighting circles are like fucking stupid, so I'm not going to take that as like gospel. Does a larger head help in... Let's see what Google has to say about this. Oh god, Quora. Does skull physiology impact? Talking about chins having conditioning. Do boxers with wide or bigger heads naturally have better chins? There seems to be some correlation. I think that neck size helps the head from snapping back with the punches. As for head size, thicker skulls or fluid cushion the brains maybe? Well, I think that thicker skulls definitely have an impact on like the punches you can take, but I don't know, just straight up size. Big headed mofos do have strong chins. I mean, dude, look at Chris Curtis. That guy can take a shot, and he just keeps coming forward. He has one of the biggest heads I've ever seen. I was like about to bet against him, and then I see his fucking chin in the weigh-ins, and it's huge. It's like a bobblehead. It's like a cartoon character with like a regular sized body and a comically large head. Here we go. Hold on. What? Yeah, it's Amanda Nunes' wife. The weigh-ins were hilarious. It was like Amanda Nunes behind Nina Nunes. And like she had their little kid on her shoulders. The kid's gonna grow up and just like beat up everyone at school, I swear to God. Didn't this girl Cynthia Calvillo just lose to Jessica Andrade? She just got like walked down and destroyed by her. Dude, you're right, Leandro. She's definitely the stereotypical male role in the relationship. I heard like apparently Amanda Nunes was training at ATT, and then Nina Ansaroff like joined the gym and started training there, and then all of the guys at the gym were like, "Oh, who's gonna be the first one to ask her out on a date?" And Amanda's like, "It's gonna be me." So Amanda's like, "Hey, you wanna watch a movie at your house?" And then like from there she had her in. She worked her magic. So she's like in a competition with all the guys to see who could date her first. What video? Did she release a video saying that she got kicked out of the house? I mean, Nina Nunes isn't that good of a fighter, let's be honest. I'm pretty sure in her last fight she got submitted by Mackenzie Dern. And I honestly thought she was going to retire after that for some reason. I guess just because she has a kid now. Nina Nunes wasn't actually... She didn't actually give birth, did she? Like, did... I guess I'm not sure, but... I guess it's possible. It's been a long time. Oh my god, dude. Cyborg actually tries to be feminine? That's kind of... That's just kind of sad. Alright, well, I'm rooting for Ansarov, or I'm rooting for Nina Nunes, but I don't know who's going to win, to be honest. Alright, let's see. Yeah, exactly. She's being mediocre, or she's mediocre at her best level. But like, I also think Calvillo is mediocre. So, like, I think both of these women are kind of remnants of an older generation of fighter that are losing to either the best of that generation or like the new generation up and comers. And probably did a lot of EPO. You're not wrong. I mean, Cyborg seems pretty funny, but a lot of these older women that were in the conversation for like greatest of all time or champions are just, you know, they're just getting older, and there's not really any clear up and coming contenders that have the skills and the abilities to just take that title from them. So it's just kind of weird. You're in a weird situation where you know that they're not where they used to be, but you don't have someone that you can clearly point to and is like, and these are the people that are going to replace them. Yeah, I do appreciate how Nunes was so quick to get up off the ground there. I think that a lot of UFC fighters should try to get up immediately, and I don't think that as many do. Wow. Nunes' leg kicks are looking good. Those leg kicks are nasty. She's actually just like chewing up Calvillo's leg. Yeah, the UFC is weird. They have like this very petty, vindictive side to them where they like take personal slights, where they take like perceived slights very personal. Not really the way you'd want a corporation to act, but you know, I guess it worked for them through that era, that like kind of WWE style era. But you know, I would hope that they start getting a little bit away from that, and I think they have. We haven't really seen any vindictive sides to them so far. I mean, the worst you can really point to is Francis Ngannou, but to be honest, he was acting pretty unprofessional, like taking these negotiations public and stuff, like over Twitter. In my opinion, she's the female GOAT, one loss, No rematch, being cut for no good reason. Don't take her previous status as female GOAT. So she only lost to Amanda Nunes, but has she lost to anyone else? Like, does she really only have one loss on her record? I mean, I agree. I think that the UFC definitely did her dirty, where if she's the champ and she gets knocked out, you should give her a rematch. Or if you don't want to give her an immediate rematch, at least give her another fight to try to work her way back up to a rematch. It really just seems like the UFC's like, oh, well, see, she lost to Nunes, so now we can get rid of her. I mean, you got to give Nunes credit for actually being the executioner, though, and finishing the job. Yeah, I think that, like, you can't complain about fighters taking to Twitter and talking about their paychecks, but then you also can't really expect them to, like, be in the UFC's good graces because they're openly talking about the UFC's negotiation style. And, yeah. It's like, that's a choice that you're willing to make. Now you have to live with that decision. It's like, no one forced you to go to Twitter. You thought that you'd be getting a better deal by getting the public on your side and going to Twitter. Really, though, the public doesn't really give a shit about how much fighters are getting paid. Sure, it might be nice to say that, like, oh, their fighters are doing well. They have a lot of money. But really, the only thing that people care about is that they get to see fun fights. So it's like, Francis Ngannou might get some public sympathy for a bit, but people are going to kind of get sick and tired of him not fighting, and then they're just going to look to see other fun heavyweight fights that the UFC is going to put on, and he's going to be, like, forgotten about. Cyborg is 26-2, but her first loss was her first loss in the career. Damn, that is impressive. I mean, I don't think she'd be 26-2 if she was still in the UFC, but just, like, her longevity. And now she's doing a boxing match in Brazil. That's going to be interesting, too. I'd love to see Cyborg versus Harrison. Like, I do think Cyborg's kind of lost a step, but I don't know how good Kayla Harrison actually is. That's the thing. Like, Kayla Harrison hasn't been fighting any tough competition either. That's a nice double jab from Nunes. What the hell? The crowd is booing? God, I hate American crowds so much. The only time I'm fine with a crowd booing is, like, if someone gets kicked in the balls or something. Or if a fighter that's, like, fighting against their hometown guy is walking out and they want to, like, show support for their hometown guy by booing his opponent. I'm fine with that. God, Calvillo needs to do something, man. Vaimore? What does that mean, Leandro? Kill, like, die? Something like that? Kill yourself? Man, last week's card was fun, too. 10 fights, 10 finishes. This is kind of a slow fight. Oh, shit. Let's see what Nunes can do off her back here, though. She's basically passed already. Her toes were stuck. That happens to me in jiu-jitsu all the time. Nunes needs to stand up here. She can't just sit with Calvillo in her guard. Yeah, you're going to die. Rose versus Carla. Dude, I thought Rose versus Carla was fascinating. I thought it was like one of the most interesting fights ever because it was just so weird. With like Rose's it just got more and more surreal with like Rose's corner telling her, "Oh, you're doing a great job. Hear those boos? That means that we're doing the right thing." And it's like just her corner kept getting more and more delusional. And then at the end of the fight, Rose is like, "Yes, I did it. I stuck to my game plan and I won." And then she like loses the fight and she's like, "What?" This is like one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Come on. There you go. Use those butterfly hooks to sweep. Oh shit, nice up kick from Nunes. That was a good job getting up by Nunes. I still think she's probably losing this round, but this fight is so close. Those leg kicks are really nice from Nuni. Nunes looks really tired though. The history of Weimar MMA's notorious death chant after the fight if you want. It's a short but interesting video explaining this. Asking some fighters' opinion. Some American fighters don't like it and find it disrespectful. Oh, come on. You're going into like one of the fight capitals of the world fighting against hometown guys. Like, I feel like it's okay if the crowd's against you. Unless you're all about the martial arts aspect of it. But if you're like fucking Colby Covington or you do any kind of trash talk on Twitter or anything, you gotta just shut up and take it. This is a close fight. I don't really know who's winning and I don't care either. You got this, girl. I think Amanda Nunes is so funny. Like her trash talking with Juliana Pena in their first fight. It's like, it's not gonna happen, girl. You're crazy. Wait, but is Nina really that bad though? Like she's doing okay. In fact, I would go so far as to say she's the better fighter here. She's like got a really good leg kick game going for her. She actually did a pretty good job on bottom, I have to say. I was worried, but like she got up pretty well from that without taking any damage. The Brazilian men all fell victim to her charms. God, Ronda Rousey, I swear, the most overrated fighter ever. It's crazy listening to like interviews about her back then. I remember when I first did like martial arts, I was in like this basically karate gym in high school, and the owner was talking about Ronda Rousey versus Holly Holm. And they're like, I don't know who's going to win. It's so close. Like, who's going to win? But she has good judo and stuff. And only like years later in college when I got into MMA did I realize what they were even talking about. But it just showed how big that fight was and how big Ronda was. And just like the destruction of Ronda Rousey was so beautiful. How she crashed and burned like no one really ever has before. I mean, Connor's kind of giving her a run for for her money, with like how much you can crash and burn, like how spectacularly. Like let's see, but Connor's been a little bit slower of a burn than Rousey. Because let's see, he loses to Habib, then he loses to. Then he fights Cerrone, and then he loses to Poirier twice. Like each loss getting worse and worse. I know, dude, Joe Rogan. But let's be honest, Joe Rogan has never been a good MMA analyst. I don't even think he's a good commentator. He's like okay at recognizing certain moves sometimes, but it's like anyone who's watched MMA for a few years can do that. Yeah, I don't deny that Ronda was an amazing judoka. It's just her boxing was completely overrated. And her boxing is what led to her downfall. That and just like her mentality and having a coach that kept feeding her delusions. Well, I don't know. I think Nunes is winning this. But it's been so bad. I'm glad that I took this fight to go over 2.5 rounds. Alright, okay, let's go. Let's get this fight over with. Come on, girls, let's go. Yeah, I think Nunes should win this. Her leg kicks have just been really good. And other than getting that takedown in the second round, Calvillo hasn't really done anything of note. There was a point that Joe Rogan was very passionate about fighting and was an excellent commentator, but that changed when his podcast starting to catch on and he fell in love with more money. Yeah, I don't know. You might be right. We might just be spoiled for commentators now. With like Dominic Cruz, Michael Bisping, even DC. I didn't like DC at first because he was always commentary. He was always doing commentary with Joe Rogan, and he was like saying some stupid shit. But he I don't know, his commentary started to grow on me, especially when he talks about wrestling, because he does talk about a lot of like wrestling stuff that I don't really notice. Nunes is winning but impressing nobody. Come on, dude. I thought she was retiring after her last fight. I thought she impressed. I mean, Calvillo is a pretty tough opponent. I don't know why she's fighting. Like, she's rich as hell. She's married to Amanda Nunes. She's not going to take the belt unless that's what she wants to do. Like, if that's her plan, someone's got to give her a wake-up call, because she barely got by Cynthia Calvillo, and that's not even certain that she did. I thought she won it 29-28, but, like, you're right. It's extremely close. Yeah, maybe I should re-listen to some of Joe Rogan's commentary. Just his stuff, a lot of his bad stuff just sticks out in my mind. Like, his commentary of the fight between ally Quinta and Habib. And he's even admitted this. He says like he doesn't even like pretend that he's not biased. He's admitted that he tries to kind of hype up what the losing fighter is doing more than what the winning fighter is doing. And I think that he said like he just naturally gravitates towards the underdog and tries to make it a more compelling story. But that just turns into it just comes off as like you're gaslighting the audience, telling them things that aren't really happening. Split decision. Oh, that's Nunes. Come on, Calvillo. She really thought she got a 30-27 scorecard. Oh, she is retiring. Wow. Oh. She wants more babies.
Congratulations on the future. Congratulations on a great career. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last time, give it up for Nina Nunes. Well, that's a nice moment for Nina Nunes to get the victory, and she told us she's not done being a mom and having kids, and so she was focused on the present moment, getting a victory over Cynthia Calvillo. She'll call it quits.
Well, I mean, pretty good performance to walk out on. She walks out on a win, gotta respect that. A win that I thought she clearly won. Like, it could have been more dominant. It was close. Joe Rogan does Jean-Jacques Machado with Hickson Gracie. Well, yeah, Joe Rogan is like a history buff. He definitely likes the history of fighting. He likes the technical aspects of it. But I think you're right. Like, he just doesn't... Like, to be a stellar commentator, you need to stay up with the game. Like, the game changes so much, and he's just... I think you're right. Like, he's treating it almost as like a side gig or a hobby now, rather than a career, and his commentary might suffer because of it. I also think there's a difference between, like, being a fan of the sport and, like, knowing a lot about the sport and actually being a good commentator. Joe Rogan really likes... Well, like what I said before, he really likes making fights seem close and, like, rooting for the underdog. Anyway, we got Boudet versus Breski or something. What are their names? Boudet versus Breski. I was right. Bouda versus Breski. Yeah, exactly. Like, John Anik is probably the most experienced and most researched. All right, I'm rooting for the Pole. I'm rooting for Lucas Breski, the Bull. One of 5 Polish heavyweights in UFC history. It's kind of a weird stat. This guy looks like a mix between Alexander Volkov, like Jan Blachowicz, and Calvin Kattar. I mean, I'm rooting for this Polish power, man. So he's off the Contender Series. Let's look up their records. Lukas Brzeski. Here we go. The Bull. I have sympathy for Polish people. Yeah, dude, the Poles are going through a lot right now. Not as much as Ukrainians, but it's still a lot. So no contest. Was this overturned because of steroids? No contest. Does it say? He tested positive for clomiphene. So Brzeski did steroids, which is what Michael Bisping was actually kind of is talking about there. Well, fair enough. How did this fight end? I don't know. But what is his other what does the rest of his record look like? So he got TKO'd in his 4th fight. When I was in Germany, there I had a really cool Polish neighbor who was the only guy in the city who liked fighting. RTUs. Really? No one else in Germany liked fighting? That's too bad. Dude, he fought another guy named Lucas. I guess that's a popular name in Poland. He fought 2 guys named Mikhail. 3 guys named Mikhail. Okay. Okay, these Poles need to expand their names. What is going on? He fights another guy named Lukas and then fights 3 guys named Mikhail. Win-win. Punch, punch. Choke, punch. Decision, punches, rear naked choke, no contest. And then he's fighting this guy, Martin Boudet. So his record is 8-1. What is Boudet's record? 10-1? So pretty similar records, actually. Oh, he's the guy who beat Chris Barnett in Barnett's last fight. He fought Lucas again? Wait a second. Is this the same guy? Lucas Domachowski? Another Lucas? Oh my. Lorenzo Hood beat Chris Barnett. I mean, we'll see. This will be interesting. Finish, finish, quit, punch, finish. So, like, knee, knockout, 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 pretty much, I guess. Knockout, yeah. Alright. Well, we'll see. I don't like... Martin Boudet's a heavy favorite. I don't think that's granted at all. Martin Boudet did not look good in his last fight. If he's the guy who fought Chris Barnett, I thought both guys gassed really hard. People in both families I was in didn't like that I wanted to do fighting and would be very worried that I got hurt or something. And one of them, I'm pretty sure that they were worried I was going to be into street fighting or something when I said I trained BJJ and MMA. So they're like, this crazy Brazilian just gets into street fights all the time. Do they have any MMA gyms or like any kind of martial arts in Germany when you were there? Frank Trigg. All right. Classic sloppy heavyweight brawl. Let's go. I'm rooting for the Pole. He has an interesting like eye tattooed on his left bicep. Pole throws a naked leg kick and gets countered by a right hand from Boudet or Budai. That jab from Brzeski is looking good. Budai weighed in at 266 pounds. That means that he had to cut weight to make heavyweight. That's crazy. Ooh, nice little front kick up straight up the middle there. Bresky's just like getting caught. He's throwing some good body shots though. I really like that. His defense needs to be a little sharper though. This doesn't look like a UFC fight, I have to say. This looks like some kind of regional promotion fight where you get like a semi-in shape guy versus just a fat guy. Nice, dude. Bresky's looking like a live dog here. Wrestling at school, but I never considered it. I mean, I don't regret not doing wrestling because wrestling sounds like fucking hell, man. I guess if you want to be like a legit professional athlete in MMA, having a base of high school wrestling would be good, but I don't even think it's necessary. Like, if you just do the training when you're in college or out of college, I think you'll be fine. Like, we're seeing so many guys that are coming into MMA now that are excelling at professional MMA in the UFC that don't even have a base in any other combat sport. Dude, Bresky's looking good. He keeps he keeps jabbing the face and then throwing a straight punch to Boudet's body. Nice. He just needs to worry about getting countered by Boudet's keeping a nice high guard, so those hooks he might like throw some wild hooks or something. Ooh, nice jab from Bresky. That jab is getting through, man. Yeah, exactly. Your wrestling is like already good, right? So do you think it would have been better if you had trained it at high school? Like you developed it through learning BJJ. And you didn't have to like cut weight or anything while you're still developing your body. 16 to 40 significant strikes. Holy shit. Man, Bresky, he's just targeting the body so much. Oh. Uh-oh. Boudet just blew some blood out of his nose. Boudet. Bresky might gas, though. He might gas out. I'd be a monster today, for real. You know what? There are guys that come into my gym that that either do wrestling or they did wrestling when they were younger, and it is crazy just how strong they are. When you get white belts that are like actually just really that are as strong as like purple or brown belts, you're like, you did wrestling in high school, didn't you? And they're like, yep. But it is fun to submit them too. Like, to submit wrestlers, it's just satisfying. Ooh. Man, this is turning into a good old-fashioned heavyweight slop fest. I love it. What were the striking stats this round? Bresky gassed bad, though, man. Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, I think those body kicks from Bresky might have been the difference maker. Or those body shots. He wasn't really throwing kicks. Man, dude, Bresky's just... he looks so tired. Come on, Lucas. Channel your inner Pole. Let's get some Polish power going, my man. God, his back tattoo's horrible. He's got to change that up. Bresky's really just got to pick and choose his shots a little bit more. Because I like how he's just throwing so many, but he doesn't have the cardio to sustain that. So it's like that won him the round, but it might lose him the fight if he gassed himself out. Patricio and Patricky are from my city. Damn, that's pretty cool. They don't still train there, do they? I totally thought Budai was gonna wrestle in this fight. DC's like doing some body positivity movement in the commentary booth. Man. All right, let's see what happens. I don't know. I don't even know who's winning this round. That right hand to the body is just so nice. That like 1-2 where he jabs up top, throws this straight to the body. Oh, nice check left hook there. Because Boudet's rushing in with like a left hook. Yeah, Boudet's like trying to go forward with a lead left hook. And Bresky's looking for a check left hook. He's like trying to counter Boudet's left hook with his own. With outrageous clothes and stuff. We have MMA fighters coming from here all around the world to train. Dude, that'd be awesome. I wish that more fighters were like where I lived from. Or where I live. There's like a UFC fighter who trains like 20 minutes away from my house, so. Ooh. I mean, this is actually a pretty technical striking match, considering like How? Oh, dude, Boudet's kind of styling on him right now. Look at that, man. Boudet's hands are down low. He's like bobbing his head in and out. Ah, I think Bresky's just a step ahead of him, though. Alright, I think Bresky did a pretty good job pacing himself that round. Yeah, it's very decent for like a low-level heavyweight match. I mean, I don't know. I don't right now, like, neither of these guys. Oh. Right now, neither of these guys are kind of showing a whole ton of promise to see, like, oh, wow, this is a prospect that's going to make it to the top of the division. But, like, Bresky, we'll see. Like, maybe he could pick up his boxing. Yeah, Bresky's body work might be the difference maker here. Because he's getting really tired, but he's been, like, doing a pretty diligent job of targeting Budai's body. And that's just going to be, like, sapping the energy out of him. Budai's doing a pretty good job of targeting Bresky's leg. But I just don't think it's been, like, super having a huge effect on this fight. Alright. Come on, these guys need to pick it up, man. Breathe some life back into this arena. Those body shots are just landing every time, man. Just keep throwing shots to the body if you're Bresky. I would be throwing kicks to the body too. Man, Budai has just been, like, way less active than Bresky. Oh my god. God, left hook to the body, right straight to the body. His body targeting is just great. Yeah, I don't know why Boudet was such a big favorite. Like, even if you are favoriting him just because he has more UFC experience, he shouldn't have been like a minus 300 favorite. That is crazy. DC's like, he hears the crowd and he thinks that they're cheering for him. They high five in the middle of the fight? Come on, guys. Come on, my guys. Don't high five. Just punch each other. Holy shit, dude. 62 to 118? This has been a high output fight, honestly, for both guys. That overhand right shot that Bresky keeps throwing is just not even being close to hitting Budai. I'd love to see some body work from Bresky with his legs, like throwing knees to the body, clenching up, throwing knees, throwing teep kicks up front to the body, throw side kicks to the body, and then you could bring him up and go to the head. Just like make it uncomfortable for Budai to be in front of you like that. Oh, that's a pretty good one too, even though it hit Bresky's guard. He keeps sticking his tongue out at him. Oh my god, he's got to stop missing. Those overhand rights haymakers have just not been close at all. And honestly, for Budai, just throw more leg kicks, man. Like, none of your strikes have landed this fight. Yeah, those leg kicks are actually, like, landing every fucking time he's throwing them. That was a good that was a good jab. Caught the kick, one up top. Those body shots have just been money every fucking time throughout the entire fight. All right, well that's kind of frustrating, to be honest. Oh man. Oh. Jesus. Well, honestly, I'd give that 30-27 to Bresky. Yeah, probably 30-27 Bresky.
Tonight's UFC telecast is brought to you by proper number 12, Irish whiskey.
What, UFC still sponsored by by proper number 12? What else is going on tonight? Oh, Angela Hill versus Lupita Godinez is up next. That's actually going to be fun. What? Wow, dude. Budai won? That's crazy. That is crazy, man. Wow, this is... He got out... What were the final numbers for that fight? What the fuck? Budai versus Bresky. Do they have... Yeah, dude, the judges are so bad. Jesus Christ. That's crazy, dude. God, the judging in this sport is just so bad. It's like consistently bad. Like every card. You can't even say that they give him that win for like moving forwards more because he was the one getting constantly pushed back. Dude, we do. Like just fire all of the judges, I swear to God. Holy shit. That's so bad. That's really bad. All right, let's see. Hey, where's Lucas Bresky? Is he on Twitter? Brez. What's his name? Dude, I swear, like, we need to make these judges write up a paragraph after every single fight explaining their decision on why they scored it that way. Oh my god, Lucas Bresky's such a fucking common name. He's the best fighter with the worst. I don't know, man. I mean, I think she's the most. What is her record? Let's take a look at her record. So, before I even got into MMA, I saw her on Joe Rogan's podcast, and I'm like, oh, is she like a really good fighter or something? If we take a look at her record, like since I started watching, so she fought against Claudia Gadeja. She lost a split decision. She probably should have won that. She fought against Michelle Waterson Gomez, lost a split decision, probably should have won that. Then she lost against Ashley Yoder. Like, dude, that's a kind of a bad loss. Tisha Torres, I don't know. I think she lost that fight too. Amanda Lemos, another split decision that I think she should have lost. And then Virna Jandiroba, dude, she kind of got wrecked in that fight. Like, that fight wasn't even close. She just kept getting wrestled. So I don't think... I get what you're trying to say. I don't think that she's the best fighter with the worst record, but I think that she has a bad record, and a lot of the fights that she's lost have been extremely close, even to the point where she probably should have won them. It's just her fighting style is like that. She doesn't have a lot of finishing power, but she's tough and she has good output, so all of her fights are going to be like really close. I have some new details on the UFC deal in Brazil. UFC's officially closed contract with the Band Group. UFC has to offer 12 events a year with at least a Brazilian. I thought you were going to say 12 events a year in Brazil. That'd be fucking sick. With a Brazilian fighter on the main card. Also, it's going to be a shared profit model. UFC and Band will share the money from the sponsors, and then the pay-per-views will be broadcasted on free TV. Wow. That seems pretty good. That's pretty good, isn't it? Free pay-per-views. You just have to deal with sponsors and shit like that. Oh, that's not Fight Pass 5 USD. Yeah. Yeah, I think that well, Brazil is just such a powerhouse of like MMA. Like it's kind of like politics where you got one like because the UFC could look at Brazil and be like, well, they're always going to be into MMA anyway, but and we already have a lot of MMA infrastructure built there, so like why would we need to cultivate that market more? But I think it's actually a really good thing that they're trying to like make it more accessible and like even more of a nationwide sport in Brazil. She's 0-8 as a UFC dog. Oh my god, dude. That's kind of. She's a plus 275 underdog, and she's gone 0-8 fights in all of the fights where she's an underdog. You know what? 13-12. It's so interesting because 13-12, she's like a 50-50 fighter. One Brazilian fighter in the main card, yeah. So like Angela Hill at this level of the UFC, you can say she's a 50-50 fighter. Like she's gone all of her fights are extremely close, but the fact that her record shows that she's 50-50 is kind of hilarious because you'd expect her to be like have a padded record off of the regional scene. Dude, Angela Hill has the most fights in UFC women's history. I really like Godinez though as a fighter. I think she's super good. She looked awesome in her last fight, just like takedown after takedown. Angela Hill might need to retire, dude. There's been two exchanges. She's been hit twice. Oh my god. What is Hill doing, dude? Angela's age might be catching up to her. Why doesn't she keep her hands up? I don't understand why she fights with T-Rex arms down at her hips. Oh my god. This is like making me stressed out for her. She's just looks so much slower than she did in her last fight. She just looks so slow. Like Godinez is rushing in, throwing about 3 or 4 shots before Angela Hill's even throwing a single strike back. She's not to mention this apparent strength differential. Oh god. Lupita's boxing looks really good too. Just a clean 1-2. And Hill like has nothing for her. Doesn't throw a strike when she's coming in, doesn't throw a strike when Lupi's going out. She just ate 1-2, like reeled 5 feet backwards and across the cage, and then just reset. It's like I'm just waiting for when. I mean, Godinez is just playing the boxing game because you noticed when the fight started, Angela Hill had her hips very far back and protected. And as this fight continues, Angela Hill's standing more and more straight up and down. And eventually she's going to forget that Lupi's a boxer or a wrestler first and foremost. She's going to get taken to the mat and ground and pounded. Godinez's shoulders are so fucking jacked, dude. Plus, I got to root for my Canadian brethren for being money grubbing. The UFC's done a really good job, in my opinion, in like cultivating the sport of MMA. It's like the one thing you can't fault them for. Like, sure, their business practices are pretty unethical in how they treat their fighters, but just the fact that they're investing in actually like building the sports infrastructure across the world is just making it easier for other promotions to exist, which is, in my opinion, like a great thing and borderline humanitarian. Uh, Obviously, UFC's like a rising tide floats all boats, but the UFC is getting the best of the surge from their investment, but it is helping all other MMA organizations as well. Ooh. Yeah, where did that flying knee hit? Godinez's chest? All right, well, we'll see. Probably this push for investment in Brazilian MMA by UFC is influenced by commercial success of the Brazilian soccer league in the latest years. Probably 6 times this amount in sponsors is significant money that might brought attention for the UFC. Yeah, like what other kind of national sports are there in Brazil other than soccer and MMA? Baseball? Is there any baseball in Brazil? What other sports are there? Motocross? Yeah, Hill did manage to do like just increase her output. I still got Godinez winning that round just because the shots she landed at the beginning of the round were so hard. I'm just surprised she hasn't really gone for any takedowns yet. It almost just seems like her game plan is purely boxing. When you've got your opponent pressuring you like that and you're a wrestler, that's when you level change. Hill really is like feinting those knees. Lawrence Tykins. There you go. That's an entrance. Hill's man. Hill pulled guillotine. Really? Well, she used her guillotine to get out of the grappling. F1 and volleyball. Oh yeah, volleyball. If I was Godinez, I'd just like say, okay, use the guillotine to get up there. Let's do it again. All right, so let's see. Hill's real. Hill's really pressuring forwards. And she's landed a few good jabs. Godinez has had success with her lead uppercut. Basically, when either girl is like throwing hooks, they're both just ducking their heads and like their hooks are missing. Godinez just needs to work her wrestling into this fight more. Ooh, that was a good combination from Hill. Godinez steps in with a right hand. I mean, I think Hill's best strikes have been her jabs. That was a good right hand from Godinez. Good jab there, too. And Hill goes in for the takedown. Gets kind of punished for it. A left hook off of the clinch break. Godinez is just tired. She's waiting for like Hill to throw before she really counter strikes at all. I'm still surprised Godinez isn't going for takedowns. Like Angela Hill's changing her level so much, and they're like almost clinching up when Angela Hill rushes in. I don't know. The commentary is saying that like Angela Hill's creeping ahead. I really don't see that she's creeping ahead at all. Like at the beginning, at the end of the first round, I'll grant that she pushed closer to Godinez to close that deficit in terms of just like straight up work that they had done. But I think this round has been really even. They're just looking at who's pressuring forwards, but I really don't think that Hill's getting the better of this striking at all. I think it's extremely even. Ooh. Yeah, that was a good hand from Godinez. Wow, Hill gets the takedown. 13 seconds. Hammer fists. Damn. Oh, shit. And Godinez flips her over. Back in Anderson Silva States, everyone would watch him today. A lot of people watch surfing because the biggest dudes in surf right now are Brazilian. Well, that's cool. All right, I'll probably give that round to Hill. Just that it's not even the takedown at the end, but just the ground and pound at the end was like pretty good. Now her corner's telling her to take her down. And I think it's fair. Like if Godinez can just take Hill down. Yeah, my opinion, exactly. I think Hill did just steal the round at the end there. I'm not even going to say it was the takedown that did it, but it's like the hammer fist. And I'll say taking her back was good too. Although she did get, even though she took her back, Godinez worked her way out of it by like throwing Hill over the top. Vera versus Cruz in 10 minutes? Let's go! Or not the fight, but the main card. Honestly, the fights have been pretty entertaining tonight. Like, not a ton of huge names on this card, but I mean, people are talking about Hill's takedown, but she actually ended the round on bottom. Like, she got a takedown, sure, but she ended the round on her back with Godinez on top of her in her guard. I guess they're saying that doesn't really matter since there was only a couple seconds left. But I don't know. There's only a couple seconds left when Hill got the takedown too, so it's like the same argument could be used against him. Yeah, I mean, Godinez is landing the harder shots here for sure. Hill's best shots have been her jab because it's been blooding up Godinez's nose. This is a 10 out of 10 for a fight night. I mean, in terms of name value, it's not. What other names are you excited to see on this card other than the main event? Like Martin Buday versus Lucas Brzeski. Didn't know either of those guys. Charlie Ontiveros, I guess, is always entertaining, but like, let's be honest, he's kind of a bad fighter. Angela Hill's a pretty big name, but she's at the latter end of her career and she's not even close to like any title aspirations or anything. Dude, she did not go there on purpose. Like, she could have gone for an armbar, but she was not in a good position to get the armbar. She was on Lupita's back, and then Lupita grabbed her arm and like threw her over her shoulder while like elevating her hips and sliding her off. I don't know, this is an extremely close round. Or a close fight. Hill should just stay on the outside and just jab Godinez for the rest of the fight. Wow! Nice takedown. I mean, she didn't really do anything with it. Well, yeah, all the fights are interesting. That was a good head kick from Hill too. She should keep doing that. Hill should just keep throwing those high kicks, man. If you get taken down, that's fine. Just stand back up. Shin on chin. They're dead even on strikes. That's crazy. That's hilarious. They're literally dead even. Hill's thrown less strikes, though. That's interesting to me. Keep throwing those head kicks, Hill. Hill should keep throwing head kicks, and Godinez should go for takedowns. I think she went for one takedown, which was stuffed, and then she went for another, which worked, but Hill got up immediately. But that's just like money in the bank for you if you're making your opponent get up. Wow. This is such a close fight. It's like Godinez has landed the harder shots on the hand. Dude, what did I say wrong, Leandro? She didn't drop onto her back to go for an armbar. She was trying to do ground and pound while being on Godinez's back. Shit, and I just missed that moment. What is Hill doing? She's like galloping like a fucking horse. Oh my god, dude. The ring girls are on their phones. That's so sad. What did I say wrong? She wasn't in a position to get an armbar. Godinez had like her arm inside it and her other hand was holding open Hill's leg. Well, I don't know. Extremely close fight. I think I would still give it to Godinez just because she actually rocked Hill twice during that fight, but yeah, it's really close. It just... I looked away for a second, but the commentary reacted like someone was rocked, and when I looked back, I think it was Hill that got rocked. I actually think Hill got hit with harder shots, but her jabs up the middle like bloodied Godinez's nose. So I don't know how the judges are going to really look at this. I mean, if we take a look at Budai versus Brzeski, I feel like they're going to give it to Godinez just because you could argue that Budai landed harder shots even though he got outstruck. Wow, that's crazy close. 102 to 99. Is this another split decision? Wow. I'm surprised it wasn't a split decision. She was on her back, then rolled to get the arm, knowing that she had a few seconds left. Everybody does that. What do you mean she rolled to get the arm? Where did she roll to? She was on her back. Oh, she was on Godinez's back. I mean, either way, she was falling off. So if you want to say that she decided to let Lupita like throw her off and go for the armbar, that's one thing. But she didn't give up back position to go for an armbar. Falling on full guard is not a demerit. Falling on full guard is not a demerit. Full guard is neutral position, BJJ. She wasn't in full guard. Plus, the fact remains she was on Godinez's back, and then she ended up on her back with Godinez in like basically her open guard. Half guard is not neutral, past guard, mount, etc. All of those are offensive positions. But she was on Godinez's back and she ended up on her back with Godinez in basically her open guard. She was going for armbar from the back, and it's normal to fall on guard. You can go on triangle right after. It's a normal position. Okay, but in MMA, you never... Like, are you saying that Godinez did nothing? Are you saying that Godinez didn't do anything to defend Angela Hill off of her back? She literally did the classic moves that they tell everyone to do when you have a fighter on their back. You grab their arm, pull them while elevating your hips and like pushing your hips up and down to slide them off of your back. That's literally like the classic move to slide someone from your back off of you. So if she did that and then like I guess Angela Hill just at that moment decided to go for an armbar / triangle combination. Well, yeah, it was a close fight. I'm actually curious to look at the scorecards. But that's not even what I'm saying. I'm not saying that she should have lost the round. All I'm saying is that people who argue that Hill should have won the round because she got a takedown at the end of the round or ended the round on top are wrong because she actually ended the round on her back. Dude, Jose Aldo's fighting next week. Dude, Leandro, you have to be actually insane to go from a back position, from having someone's back, to an armbar. Especially like when the armbar wasn't even close to getting in. Like it wasn't a good armbar at all. And Hill was throwing ground and pound from Godinez's back. Nah, dude. Silva's gonna wreck Mearshart. I don't know if he's top 5, but I think he's gonna like absolutely destroy Mearshart. Yeah, you can do an armbar from the back, but she wasn't even close to getting the armbar from the back. So which is more likely, that she fell off and went for a armbar to try to save her position or try to make the best out of a bad position from falling off the back, or that she gave up back control to go for a shitty armbar that like wasn't even close to getting. Like, which do you think is more likely? Sometimes you just have to look at different options and think which is the most likely outcome. Occam's razor. What the hell? If there's 5 seconds missing and I'm in the back, I'll go for a cool arm lock from the back. Who won it? I mean, you shouldn't do that if you're an MMA. If you're doing MMA, it's one thing to do that from in jiu-jitsu, but like, and that's not even the argument I'm saying that she shouldn't have done that. All I'm saying is that people will give her that round because they think that she like ended the round with a takedown, but she actually ended the round on her back. It's not even like a really good argument because I don't think you should score the grappling of that round at all because A, there was barely any, and B, there wasn't really any effective positions. Like there were no submission attempts at all. I think what you should score is the ground and pound that Angela Hill did. It could work and you're not risking getting a damage and you want to lose points. I mean, just in general, you shouldn't like squander good positions for a submission attempt that's not going to work. Like, you have to think about the fight as a whole, not just the fight ending at the end of the round, too. Like, if you can throw like 4 more punches in those last 3 seconds before the round ends, why would you rather go for a failed submission than like adding more damage to your opponent when you have to fight them for another 5 minutes in the next round? Grappling rules are a reference to MMA grappling rules. One should try to look reference in events like ADCC to evaluate grappling in MMA. You're making fair inquisitions on why it should be, but it's not what it currently is in the scoring criteria. Well, basically, if you're just scoring damage, like, I don't even think that you should be concerned about scoring criteria at that point. You should just be concerned about trying to actually deal damage to your opponent to make them a worse fighter in the next round. Not that it even matters that much. Like, there was 2 seconds left, and I think that she just fell off. I don't think she made a conscious decision. I think she was just pulled off by Godinez and then rolled onto her back to try to get a guard. Dude, I was watching a lot of fights from Marlon Vera and Dominic Cruz, and it doesn't look good for Cruz. I want Vera to win. I really want him, or I want Cruz to win, but I mean, Vera's just so good. He's so good. Like, he takes so many shots on his he takes so many shots on his guard that it just makes him so durable. And also, like, he just throws so many shots that are going to make it difficult for Cruz to actually deal damage safely without taking any damage in return. Yeah, dude. Bruno Silva, Jesus Christ. Yeah, dude. I don't know. Mearshart looked horrible in his last fight. So he fought like Krzysztof Jotko before that, is some like wrestler guy who got cut from the UFC, and he looked bad against him too. He got like one punch KO'd by Hamzat. Damn. Really? Yeah, dude, I think Bruno Silva's like just a badass. All right, here we go. Dude, really? I mean, man, he has just been so impressive in his last fights. Like, even against Bahera. Oh, yeah, I gotta change this. Silva versus Mearshart. Here we go. Ah, dude, Mearshart's from Wisconsin. That's like, I guess it's not one of the worst states, but it's like 10 of the worst. It's one of the, like the bot. It's in the bottom half. We'll just say that. Oh, let's go, dude. I'm hyped. Bruno Silva just hits so freaking hard, man. Like, there's not even that much else you can say about his game. Just because you don't see that much of his game. He just hits like a truck. I'm really curious to see how Mearshart deals with this shit. Because, like, dude, Silva hurt Pajero when they were fighting. Plus, didn't he try to take him down a lot? Mearshart just looks tired. He always just looks tired when he gets in there. Oh, man. Good body kick. God, just the sound of that body kick. Like slamming into. Oh, damn, dude. They're giving Mearshart some tough guys to deal with. Hamzat. I mean, I guess he's had some, like, easy fights between Hamzat and Bruno Silva, but still, dude, Hamzat and Bruno Silva is just not fun. Mearshart has to get this to the ground. Oh, that's twice that the Mearshart slipped Silva's left hand. Oh, there you go. Oh my god, dude. Silva's swinging for the fucking fences. A little bit of a low blow there. Nice lead jab from Silva. Mearshart's being very defensively responsible. But he hasn't really thrown any output. It's mostly been focused on defense. He's thrown a couple of, like, outside leg kicks. He's really just focusing on slipping that left hand of Silva's. I mean, you've got to think that Silva figures out how to actually land. Like, he's slipped that left hand like 4 times now. Come on, what is going on? Like, I don't know, make it a wider punch, turn it into a hook or something. There you go. I think that got through. Mearshart landed a nice little counter left of his own, though. Oh, that got through. He like had Mearshart slip and then he threw it as like throwing a little bit of feints. All right, dude, we got an American taking down a Brazilian. Let's see how this turns out. I mean, I remember when Bruno Silva fought. Fuck, what's that guy's name? Like Warley Alves or something? I think that's his name. And he just like hammer fisted him and knocked him out from top position. That was like crazy shit. Mearshart 26 wins, Silva 0 wins by submission. Who's better at submissions? I'm surprised that Silva's not showing more urgency to try to stand up from here. Like, he's been trying to throw some ground and pound, but... I mean, he's doing a really good job of defending himself here. He just did not do a good job of standing up. All right, interesting first round. I mean, I thought Silva had pretty much one-way traffic on the feet, so I'm surprised he didn't show more urgency trying to scramble back once he got taken down, which I don't know, kind of concerning, to be honest with you. Yeah, I know, my thoughts exactly. Like, on the feet is close. I don't think Silva landed anything too significant, but I thought he landed more than Mearshart landed, and then Mearshart just took him to the ground. Like, and again, no extremely significant ground and pound, but is still pretty much one-way traffic. Yeah, I'm just really surprised that he didn't try to stand back up. Like, I don't think he really made a... Also, look at him. He looks exhausted. Silva looks exhausted. Dude, he might... Shit. This fight might have gotten away from him. I mean, maybe I'm just calling it way too early, but he looks exhausted. Obviously, he has really powerful shots, and he can knock out his opponents at any time, but... How did Mearshart even get that takedown? Just clinched with him? That was a good jab from Silva. Oh, God, dude. Mearshart cannot just run away like that. All right. Anything can still happen, though. Like, Mearshart does not have good takedowns, let's be honest. Dude, Mearshot's just leaning away from that left hand, and it's annoying me because it's working. It's like Silva hasn't really figured out any way to avoid that. God, dude, Silva looks so tired. Obviously, power can last throughout the entire fight, but... Come on, my man! Get a little closer! Throw more punches! He's throwing these punches completely out of range, unable to even get close to hitting Mearshart. Dude, those left hands, yeah, those left hands are completely wild punches, and Mearshart has slipped every single one of them. They haven't even been close. Like, Mearshart has that timing down. You've got to change it up. Like, look at that. Mearshart's just leaning away from those left hands every single time he's throwing them. I mean, you can say he's winning this round. I don't think Mearshart's done anything else, but Mearshart's probably going to wait till there's like 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes left, go for a takedown. If he gets it, he could just win the round there. Silva looks exhausted. Oh. Silva, just stop headhunting, my man. Target the body. What are you doing? This is like... this is the worst part of MMA for me. Where there's like a clear game plan and the fighter that you're rooting for is just either physically unable to or just doesn't see it. And then it just... yeah, it's just like a frustrating fight where they... because like Mearshart's not going to really do anything different than what he's doing now. He's throwing leg kicks, he's throwing body kicks. He's just going to cruise to a decision win. He's going to get takedowns when he sees opportunities to get takedowns. Jesus. Yeah, like Mearshart's just going to keep doing this for the next 6.5 minutes and just cruise to a decision. Unless Silva can actually change up what he does. I don't know, man. Silva might be down 2 rounds here. Oh my God. What the... what is going on? Why is he just throwing haymakers? I don't know. Maybe I like overestimated him, but he's looked good in his last couple of fights. Like he's been able to find the mark. He's completely gassed out. I don't even think Mearshort's fighting that good of a fight. It's not like it doesn't take a genius to know how to fight against Silva like that. I swear he's having an off night, but also like it's just a mental thing to realize that your opponent, whenever you're throwing the left hand, is slipping back out of the way, and then you have to use your brain to think of how am I going to deal with him slipping out of range of my left hand. And he hasn't been able to figure out a way to deal with literally one answer to his shots. Like he hasn't, like it's literally just, oh, I'm going to slip. That's the most basic thing you can do to avoid your opponent's shots. And Silva hasn't figured out any way on how to like respond to Mearshart doing that. Which, even if it's an off night, that's just a mental thing and like a creativity thing. So I don't know, man. Like obviously physically he gassed out bad, so that's a physical thing that could be him having an off night. maybe his fighting spirit just isn't there or whatever, but he just hasn't impressed me in his striking IQ at all. He hasn't done a good job of cutting off the cage. Like when Mearshart runs away, he doesn't actually try to cut the cage off. He just chases after him. Yeah, I know. It's not even like he gave an insane round. I mean, I think he was gassed out before he even started fighting. Because it's not like he tried hard to get Mearshart off of him when he was on bottom. Like, I think he was gassed before he even got taken down. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have tried to stand up from there? Silva's just not throwing, man. He's just not throwing shots. Yeah, Michael Bisping's agreeing with me. He's saying that the first two shots, the one and the two that Silva's throwing, are looping. Mearshart's seeing them and getting out of the way. Yeah, he's going to tap to this submission. He just wants out of the fight. He's done. Yeah, he's going to tap. It's over. Like, he quit that fight, like, halfway through the first round. Dude, what the hell? We just saw a man's, like, spirit dwindle and die. Like, Mearshart, that's literally what I said halfway through the second round. He's just going to keep cruising and doing this until the fight's over. And then when he went for a submission, like, Silva just gave up. He could have fought out of it, but he was too gassed and he didn't give a shit anymore. Wow, dude. I thought Silva was going to knock him the fuck out, but, like, he came into that fight gassed. Look at that. Look at that. He's just standing there with his hands down. Mearshart lands a left hook. Like, I guess Mearshart's a gatekeeper. Like, Mearshart is a gatekeeper. Let's not lie. Silva's just output was not there. He just had no output on this fight, and that's why he lost. He kept throwing these fucking swinging left hands. Mearshart slipped out of the way. I'm like, okay, he's thrown that left hand 3 times now. Mearshart slipped out of the way all 3 times. What is he going to do? And the answer is just nothing. Alright, fuck it. Just put him up against, like, even shittier guys on the UFC. Prelim fighter. I mean, he performed so well against Alex Pereira, but I guess. Dude, look at him. He is so gassed out. What happened? He just had no energy for that entire fight. That's crazy. Dude, I don't like shitting on fighters that much, but that was really bad. Like, I'm not going to be surprised at all if he's like, oh, I had a broken back, I had, like, 2 broken feet and a dead eye that couldn't see. Because, like, you know, maybe you can separate the performance from the fighter, but that was a horrible performance. He literally just did nothing and let his opponent cruise in gear 1. He didn't even get Mearshart out of, like, first gear, and then he just got finished. Well, a lot of underdogs doing well this card. Mearshart winning, Angela Hill winning, Lukas Bresky probably should have won. Dude, he called out Andre Petrosky. That's actually a fun fight. Miran's just such a fucking gatekeeper, dude. Patty, Jesus Christ, dude. Patty gained so much weight. I mean, I am going to just choose to believe that they had an off night, but I do think Silva had an off night because his gas tank was not there. But also, like, his just lack of his lack of an ability to pick up on what his opponent was doing and respond to it was really the most disappointing thing. I mean, it's one thing to have an off night, gas immediately, get destroyed, like just let your opponent cruise to a win, but like, yeah, it's kind of bad, man. Both fighters are aggressive. Yeah, Ariane Lipski's pretty cool. Priscilla Cachoeira is like pretty good, but she got kind of wrecked in her last fight. Let's be honest. The zombie girl. Yeah, this should be a fun fight. You're right. All right, let's see. Lipski versus Cachoeira. I think Ariane Lipski's so funny because she's like such a skinny person. Like, look at how skinny she is. Let's see what she can do. Dude, holy shit. People are in love with Amanda Hebas. Weren't you just talking about it like 2 weeks ago where you'd like want to kill yourself if you woke up with her every day? Oh my god, dude. Fucking Priscilla Cachoeira walks out to Zombie by the Cranberries. Oh, dude, she's hilarious. What gym does she train at, Leandro? Maybe you could visit there to cross train someday. If the Gracies are the kings of the royal family, the fathers of Amanda Hibis and Mackenzie Dern are like the dukes. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty cool that there's like those legacies, like the families involved. She's bubbly as hell, but she's so hot it'd be worth it. Dude, I don't know, man. Maybe it'd be worth it, like, for a bit, but I feel like you'd get kind of tired of it. But maybe she'd work a lot of her energy out. Maybe she'd burn a lot of her energy out at the gym, and maybe like once she comes home, she's all chill and shit. So you could do grappling matches with her. What weight class would you be, Leandro? Would you actually be able to have like a competitive grappling match with Hibis or Dern? I mean, it'd be cool to grapple with an like a UFC fighter and just get completely destroyed. I thought that was Amanda Nunes in Lipsky's corner. Her father's rich as hell and would get me a job. God, you really thought this all out. What's your in? How do you get an in? How do you introduce yourself to Amanda Hibis? So if you started dating Hibis, would you be like one of those guys who's like in the corner of their girlfriends while they fight? I mean, if I was dating a UFC fighter, I would definitely try to get in their corner. That'd be sweet. It's like the best view in the house, other than the ref. Dern is much stronger. Yeah. Well, what weight class are you in? If you would compete in MMA, I'd probably be like a middleweight or something like that. Dude, I'd get completely destroyed because, I'm pretty big, but I'm slow. And I'm also inflexible. The thing is, I like Mackenzie Dern better. I also just think her game is much more interesting because it's so jujitsu focused. Like, when she pulled guard against Tisha Torres, that's sweet. She, like, had her up against the cage and then just pulled guard on her. Let's go, Queen of Violence! Queen of Violence. Goddamn, Leandro. Maybe you can make it happen. Oh, Lipsky's like looking pretty good, but it's been 40 seconds. Nice. I think she just checked Cachoeira's leg kick pretty hard. Uh-oh, that got through. Oh, shit. Queen of Violence? She should become the Queen of Violins. Wow. Yeah, dude, you saw Cachoeira land and then Lipsky's face got like a look of concern on her. Okay, what was this punch that actually landed? Oh, is that? Yeah, because Lipsky even landed too. Also, I'm weighing 86 kilos right now. My ideal weight is 77. How many is it? How many pounds is 86 kilos? 189. I mean, that's pretty. So you'd be what, a lightweight? Yeah, dude. I mean, you got that strength. Damn, dude. Lipsky just got like cracked hard. Hmm. Do 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 do. Not this is the best translator. Yeah, I think he is the best translator. Man, dude, apparently they're gonna do a Brazilian card. That's gonna be so good. All right. Anyway, who do we have next? Clark versus Azarmat Mirzakhanov. Oh my god, dude, that was so embarrassing. No one cheered for Esparza, and then they pan over to Brandon Moreno. She's so sincere. Dude, a lot of people were calling for her to get cut out of the UFC off of her last performance because she was trying to like eye gouge Jillian Robertson. I mean, maybe she's sorry for it, but either way, like when her back is up against the wall, she'll do whatever she can to win, including eye gouging her opponent. Oh, all right. First Japanese-born fighter to earn a contract. All right, I'll be back. Devin Clark versus Azamat should be a good fight, but I'll be right back. Ah. All right, I'm back. Charles and Glover already busy. I mean, Paulo Costa's fighting Whitaker, though, isn't he? Oh, wait, no. Paulo Costa's fighting Luke Rockhold right now. Like, next week. So I don't know how he's going to do. It is unfortunate. Like, the biggest Brazilian stars are Glover and Oliveira. And they're having, like, their biggest fights, like, right now. Like, Oliveira fighting Makhachev is probably his biggest fight. Glover fighting Yuri is definitely the biggest fight, especially if he loses. Yeah, I mean, that eye gouging is pretty bad, but like you can make an argument that it was just an instinctual thing, but still, pretty bad. Oh yeah, Azamat Mirzakhanov, like, flying knee knocked out this guy. Yeah, Tafon and Shukui. Alright, I'm rooting for Devin Clark, though, because that guy's had a string of bad luck. Getting submitted by Anthony Smith, getting his teeth knocked out by Ian Cutelaba. And I thought he, like, looked okay against Cutelaba. So these guys are light heavyweights. I mean, we'll see, man. Devin Clark's so tough. But we'll see. Like, I don't think he can survive, like, a flying knee from this guy. This guy's powerful. But if it just comes down to a grindy fight, I feel like Devin might get this. Devin Clark just has some of the worst tattoos in the UFC. But I am excited. Like, he's definitely an exciting fighter. Is that his dad? Because I thought his dad was in his corner in his last fight. Okay, though. Cruz versus Vera. The problem with Cruz versus Vera is that Cruz gets hit, and when he gets hit hard, and the shots that he gets hit with take a physical, visible toll on him. You can see him visibly affected by the strike, which is not great. And then the opposite is true for Marlon Vera. Marlon Vera will get hit. He'll get hit clean. He'll also block a lot of shots with his guard. But he will take clean shots, and they just don't seem to affect him. And the thing is, like, Cruz's shots don't really affect his opponents that much. Devin Clark's quads are insane. Like fucking watermelons in his legs. He's got to wrestle this guy, though. Was he wobbled? That was on the chin? Clark has to wrestle him, man. Devin has to level change. He's just getting walked down. I mean, Mirzakhanov is being cautious. He's being respectful of Devin's like power, but Oh my god. That left hand has landed twice now. And he's just being so patient and throwing it, too. It's not like spamming it, he's just finding his timing. Head kick rocked Mirzakhanov. Man, this clinch is actually pretty good for Mirzakhanov. He's doing a good job of controlling Clark in it. I think you got to give that round to Mirzakhanov. Ooh, right on the back of the skull, man. Nice little right hand there from Devon Clark. I don't know, man. The more I'm watching this fight, the more I'm starting to like Azamat to winning it. Like, his strikes are just a little bit better. His game plan seems to be a little bit better. Devon's lack of wrestling is just kind of annoying me. It's like, you're a fucking wrestler. Why not use your wrestling to try to win this fight? That shot selection from Mirzakhanov is just really nice. And Devon's just not doing enough to actually, like... That left hand, man. Yeah, Devon's just not doing enough to actually put his foot down on this fight and make it go in the direction he wants it to. He's just content to let Mirzakhanov dictate where the fight takes place and then try to get shots in there. Like, that's not a good sign of that's not a sign of a good fighter. Yeah, sure, Mirzakhanov got head kicked, but other than that, it's literally just been him the entire fight. Nice. Nice yanking by Mirzakhanov to get rid of that hand fighting that Clark is doing. Look at how tight he is, man. Shoulder pressing right up against his chin. Devin did a good job of fighting in for that underhook. That left hand has landed every time he's thrown it. Oh, that's a big shot. Yeah, Devin's just the worst fighter, dude. It's done. He's just the worst. He's the worst fighter. Yeah, I just don't like watching fighters losing fights and unable to make adjustments to it. That's why some of my favorite fights are extremely high level ones, like Oliveira versus Chandler, Habib versus Gaethje, Corey Sandhagen versus Piotr Jan. All of these guys making constant adjustments. One person changing one thing about their game, the other person responding to that. Mirzakhanov landed that left hand early into the first round, and he's just been extremely slow and patient in landing it back again against Devin Clark. Should make this Clark stand up. Actually, he should just keep kicking his thighs. Nice. I like that attack. Kick the body at this point. Now Devin's back up to his feet. He's still doing this fucking stupid ass spinny little shitty kicks. Throw things that work, dude. Why? Oh my god. Throw something, find success. If it doesn't have success, find something different. It's not even like Mirzakhanov's really just cruising along. Like Gerald Mearshart was just kicking the body, throwing jabs, kicking the legs, going for takedowns when he had them. But he wasn't doing anything proactive to make the fight progress. He was on the outside letting Silva pressure him. Mirzakhanov is actually pushing Devin Clark up against the cage, finding openings for his left hand, throwing massive ground and pound and body shots. Dude, Mirzakhanov is fucking good. I came into this fight rooting for Devin Clark, but dude, he's been so disappointing. He just doesn't have the skills necessary to meet Mirzakhanov. Mirzakhanov is just a monster, dude. This corner is so fucking stupid. They're telling Devin Clark, oh, you have a choice you can make. You can either lose the fight or you can win the fight. That's not going to help him. He obviously wants to win the fight. Tell him what he needs to do to actually win the fight, because he clearly doesn't know. He's been doing nothing but like fucking random ass bullshit kicks. And like maybe a jab every 4 minutes. He hasn't done shit in this fight. Come on, guys. Tell him what to do. He wants to win. Oh, God. Mirzakhanov is just going to land that left hand again. And this time, I don't know if... God, dude, his... Oh, that was body shots. What is he doing? He obviously wants to fight, but he's throwing weird ass like side kicks. Just stop. Just stop and wrestle. You have to wrestle. Oh my god. Beautiful. It's that the left hand has landed every single time he's thrown it. Oh, nice. Took his back. Leandro, you should probably go for an armbar from this position, right? Ah, he didn't get the armbar. Damn it, I was expecting him to go for it. Yeah, that wasn't close, man. Devin Clark stunk. I honestly can't believe how bad he looked. He just didn't have any tools. He didn't have any tools to actually deal with Mirzakhanov. Fuck, that body shot was disgusting. Oh my god! It literally didn't even like give him like liver shots are usually a delayed reaction. That was immediately he got hit there and then he folded over. Holy shit. That's gross, man. That guy's good. I honestly kind of thought it was a fluke when he knocked out Tafon and Chukwi, but he just that was like almost a shutout. Other than that head kick, his arms are already swollen. No, he was eating body shots that entire fight. Wow, dude, he's good. He's really good. Man, if I knew how good he was, I'd have been way higher on him. That's a mat. The professional. What is going on? Dude, it is the body shots, but it was also his left hooks that kept landing to Clark's face, dude. Like, it's bound to have an effect on him. Okay, who is Action Bronson? He's a rapper? I've literally never heard of him other than MMA. That even if you blew your air with your mouth on it, he would feel discomfort? Jeez. Okay, who is this person? Lucindo. I mean, dude, I don't think it was his organs. I think it was his ribs that got crushed. Yasmin Lucindo. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Damn it. Ugh. He's a white rapper. I think I heard only one of his songs. Ariel Helwani talks about him all the time, and I have no fucking clue who he is. Literally, I think he's just famous for getting fat and then working out. Both of these girls have like both of these women look like little girls. Like, look at them. Look at her. She looks like a little kid. And then who's her opponent? Versus Jarugi. Jarugui. Jaragui. Yasmin. This is her. I mean, she kind of looks like a little girl too, but she doesn't look as much of a... Jesus Christ. Look, it's like little... Dude, what is going on? How come they look like little jacked girls? This is so weird. Maybe he's Jewish? Dude, I don't think he is. Hold on. I'm just gonna look him up. Jesus Christ, she's so fucking ripped. What is going on? She's Mexican? Yagure? Alright, who's Action Bronson? He just looks like a Trump supporter. Alright, Wikipedia, come on, let's go. Aryan Arslani, better known by the stage name Action Bronson, is an American rapper and television presenter. In August 2012, he signed with Warner Bros. Records, but was later moved to the Atlantic Records distributed label Vice Records. He has a podcast as well as his travel program, Fuck That's Delicious. His frequent collaborators, Mayhem Lauren, The Alchemist, formerly Big Body Bez. I guess I just don't understand like why people care about him so much. He's another podcaster, big whoop. I guess he is pretty fat. Yeah, I guess he's famous for trying to lose a lot of weight. Oh, and he did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. That's why people are into him in MMA. I don't think he's Jewish, dude. I honestly thought he was a WWE guy with the name of Action Bronson. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Man, Usman versus Edwards. I honestly feel like Leon Edwards could knock Usman out. But the problem is, Leon Edwards kind of coasts. Like against Nate Diaz, he should have been able to finish him. And he just kind of coasts when he feels like he's ahead. He's got to really just put his foot on the gas and just go for it. Because, I mean, when you see Usman get in trouble, what are you thinking of when you think of Usman in trouble? You're thinking of Colby versus Usman. You're thinking of Gilbert Burns versus Usman in the first part of that fight, like early on in the fight. You're also thinking of Colby versus Usman in the second part of their fight, when like after Usman had dropped Colby kind of woke up and they started taking it to Usman. If you can just pressure the Uz a lot and just overwhelm him, like you can actually land on him. And there's been a long history of guys able to land on him. No one. It's just that he's also able to land on them, and no one's actually been able to put him away. Usman used to complain a lot about injuries and mentioned retiring since his first Colby fight. All of a sudden, he stopped talking about this and started putting on good performances. I wonder if this injury thing is playing a part each fight for him. Well, I think he still has a lot of injuries. I mean, didn't he literally just have to cancel a fight due to hand surgery? Like, he's wrestled for his entire life. That's gonna fuck up your body, man. He does have a lot of injuries. He's just gonna retire soon. You know, I hope that Usman doesn't retire though, and I hope he keeps fighting until A, he either loses, or B, until he's like undisputably the greatest of all time, especially at welterweight, because I don't want to be in this kind of weird situation where you're comparing Usman to GSP and is he better or is GSP better? Like, let's have a definitive answer. Just lose to Hamza, lose to Leon Edwards, or beat both of them, and then we can talk about him being like the GOAT. Honestly, if Usman beats Leon Edwards, if he beats Hamzat, and then beats one more person, let's say like Shavkat Rakhmonov, or maybe Bilal Muhammad, or even like Sean Brady. I think Sean Brady sucks. Oh yeah, for sure. I agree with you 100%, Leandro. I think that Usman's level of competition has not been great, which is why currently I hold him below GSP in terms of like greatest of all time. I also hold him pretty low on the pound for pound ranking. Like, I think undeniably Alex Volkanovski's the top. I favor, just in terms of title defenses, I favor Max Holloway twice, Brian Ortega once, and Korean Zombie once, more than Masvidal twice, Colby twice. Wait, did he defend his belt against Colby? Was that a belt defense? I know he beat... Yeah, I think Colby was his first title defense. Like, I definitely rate Holloway twice, Ortega and Korean Zombie more than Colby twice, Masvidal twice, and Gilbert Burns. But if Usman can beat not only Leon Edwards, which is like the last good fighter, I would say like Leon Edwards is the last good fighter in Usman's generation that he hasn't really beaten. So if he can beat Leon Edwards and then beat Hamzat and maybe even Shavkat Rakhmonov, like, dude, that resume is going to be unparalleled. Like, he might not have the ridiculous amount of consecutive title defenses that GSP had, but like that, I don't know, man. That's really fucking impressive if he can do that. Now, that's a big if, too, because those guys are fucking good. Oh, dude, I rate Charles very highly in the pound-for-pound ranking system. In my opinion, he's probably, like... I think we had this discussion with the Yak, but I just feel like one way of looking at pound-for-pound is how the top guys of each division would... how well they would do against each other if they were like scaled for weight. And I think Charles would beat a ton of the top guys. Like, I think he beats Ngannou for sure. I think he beats Yuri for sure. I think he would beat Izzy like pretty easily. I think he would beat Izzy. Like, imagine a fucking middleweight with Charles jiu-jitsu, aggressiveness, and Muay Thai skills. That'd be crazy. He'd actually be unable to get even touched at middleweight. Usman would be tough because Usman has like really good just straight punches, and he also has good wrestling. I think Usman's actually a pretty good matchup against Charles. I also think Volkanovski is a good matchup against Charles just because Volkanovski's so well rounded. Um, and then Aljo, yeah, he'd beat Aljo, and Moreno or Figueiredo, I think he'd beat both of them. Usman, Usman's, yeah, it's kind of a tough matchup, but I think Charles could overwhelm him. I think he honestly could submit him too. Like, imagine he just like lands some fucking flying knees or some elbows or shit. Like Usman does not have a good clinch game. Let's be honest. His best things that like his best weapons against Masvidal in the clinch were like foot stomps. Like he won that first fight against Masvidal solely through foot stomps and holding him up against the clinch. That's not that impressive, especially for a champion. Especially against a guy who has little to no wrestling. Like Usman does not have good Muay Thai, and Charles is arguably some of the best. Dude, are you serious? He stood up Damian Maia when he was on Usman's back? Dude, that's some sketchy shit. What era was this? What year? I mean, in my opinion, the refs should never stand up fighters. Like, if they're just going to lay on the ground, they're probably not going to be that much more active on the feet. Dude, I don't know either of these women. I don't know why they're fighting on the main card of, like, you could call this a semi pay per view. It's an on the road fight night. I just think Usman has a lot of weaknesses. But, like, even though he has weaknesses and he might not be the greatest skilled fighter ever, the skills that he does have are awesome and they're enough to beat all of his competition. So, what more can you really want in a fighter than to beat everyone that you put in front of him? That is BS. I mean, there's an inherent bias against jiu-jitsu in MMA though, right? Like if you're on the bottom, you're automatically considered in a losing position by a lot of judges. When like in reality if you have someone in your guard, it's a neutral position. Like it is just stupid. All right, Lucinda, whatever her name is. She's a butterfly tattoo that says "Be yourself." All right, well, I hope this fight is good. It's kind of funny that both of their names are Yasmin with like different spellings. Man, okay. So I'm coming into this with a completely open mind. I have no idea who these women are. I think it's both of their UFC debuts. All I know is that Yaruge is the favorite, but we'll see if there's like a good reason for her to be. Jarugi's come in with like some good stomps to the knee. It's been pretty good. Yasmin looks Native American. Which is the Yasmin with a Y? Jaruge? Jaruge? Jaruge's striking just looks tighter. She's throwing straight punches, and Lucindo keeps throwing these like looping hooks, which it's just not great. They're just not landing effectively. Damian Maia's better BJJ than Charles. I mean, I believe it. I don't. Holy shit! This is a crazy fight. Michael Bisping. Jaruge has the speed. Lucindo has the power. Ooh, good leg kick from Lucindo. Yasmin Lucindo. She probably is native, right? God damn, dude. Lucindo, I said it before, she's throwing those hooks. She's still throwing them, but if they land, like, she's just not landing them. That's the problem. Ooh. That time she landed, countering Jaruge's naked leg kick. I mean, don't throw naked leg kick. Don't throw naked leg kicks, because you can get countered. One thing about Cruz versus Vera that I'm really interested to see is who gets the advantage in the leg kicking game, because both of these guys throw leg kicks. Both of these guys have been hit by leg kicks before. So it's going to be super interesting. So the thing is, like, Cheeto has a really high, tight guard, and that helps him absorb a ton of damage, but he can get countered. Cruz is awesome. He's one of the greatest fighters ever at, like, taking angles on people. So, like, if he can take an angle on Cheeto's guard and get punches through the guard, like, that's gonna be great for him. The thing is, I just don't see Cruz knocking Cheeto out. I don't see him taking him down. I could see him controlling him, like how Jose Aldo controlled him, but I just don't see him submitting Cheeto, and I don't see him knocking him out. So unless he just wins rounds through striking or grappling, and probably he's going to be mixing in his striking with his grappling, I don't see how he actually finishes the fight if not through decision. And on the other hand, we've seen Dominic Cruz get dropped, and we've also seen Cheeto grind people down until they're, like, almost dead. Lucindo looks good here, man. Like, I know she was the underdog, but damn, she does look pretty solid. Cruz is a great strategist, but I think Cheeto's too much for him. Okay. But Leandro, those are all your feelings. I agree. I agree with your feeling on Cheeto Vera. But tell me how he actually wins this fight. Do you see him just beating Cruz to a pulp, similar to how he did Font? Do you see him dropping Cruz early? Do you see him just not even really able to land a lot of damage on Cruz and maybe taking the fight to a decision? I need more than just your feelings on the subject. Because I agree. I think that Cheeto is a very tough guy, but we have to also look at like the technical attributes on how he's actually going to work his way through the fight. Maybe he can get a TKO. So I can see Cheeto dropping Cruz, similar to how Cruz was dropped against Pedro Munoz, similar to how he was dropped against Henry Cejudo. Cruz always comes in. He'll throw combinations. He'll throw like a step in left hand, like a straight left. He always brings his head down very low. With that, Cheeto can easily throw knees up the middle. He can throw hooks too. Cheeto's interesting. He predominantly fights southpaw, but when he switches his stance and fights orthodox, he still does a lot of his power shots with his left hand. He'll throw like power jabs up the middle, which really catch guys. He'll throw lead left hooks when he's fighting in orthodox. When he's southpaw, he'll usually just use his right hand to like parry shots and then try to throw damaging straights or like left crosses, basically. Like most of his power shots come from his left hand. So I can definitely see him like looping hooks or uppercuts from when he's fighting southpaw, landing on Cruz when Cruz like dips down to get out of the way on his combinations. Because Cruz will throw combinations almost like he blitzes forward. Almost like he is blitzing forward, but then he'll like duck off and exit to the outside. So like, will Cheeto be able to catch him with hooks and or knees? It's probably likely. I definitely see Cruz doing a good job of penetrating Cheeto's guard. What I think Cruz should really do to win this fight is A, win the leg kicking game. Start kicking Cheeto's legs immediately and don't let up on it. Because if you're kicking his legs, he's not going to be kicking your legs. He's going to be defending. And Cheeto has good leg kicks, but it's not a huge part of his game. He's like, okay, he'd rather land shots to your head, pretty much. Cheeto's kind of a headhunter. The other thing is, the other thing is if Cheeto. Oh yeah, okay. So win the leg kicking game. Cruz needs to win the leg kicking game against Cheeto. The other thing is go to Cheeto's body. Some of the best shots that have been landed on Cheeto in his last couple of fights have been Jose Aldo's body shots. Obviously, Jose Aldo has ridiculously good shots to the body. But the fact that Vera holds such a high guard leaves his body completely open. And I think that he needs to start targeting that body to wear down on Cheeto's gas tank if he wants to even just go to a decision. Because you can't Cheeto's not going to gas unless you force him to gas. And then the third thing that I think Cruz really needs to do is go for takedowns. If he can mix his... Because Cheeto clinches a lot with guys. He'll accept clinch work and then go for knees, go for elbows from the clinch. But if Cruz can get to the clinch, that means he can also get to a takedown. Also, the fact that Vera has a really high guard means that his body is open and his hips are open. So if instead of ducking down and getting out of the way off of his combinations, Cruz could duck down, get into him, and try to take him out. All of that being said, all those uppercuts and those knees are going to be there for Cheeto Vera. So Cruz is going to be playing a dangerous game, like dipping his head in and out of Cheeto's knee range. This game depends on a lot on speed. And I mean, he's been able to outwork Casey Kenny and Pedro Munoz in his last couple of fights. I don't think his speed has slowed down as much as you're kind of making it out to sound. or making it out to have slowed down. God damn, dude, this fight is crazy. Both these women are just like, kind of like fucking Beyblading each other. Wow, good to takedown defense from Lucindo. I don't even think speed is going to be that big of a factor in this fight, to be honest, because holy crap, dude, these exchanges are nuts. This is literally a non-stop action fight. Neither of these women just have enough power to put the other one down, though. But like we saw Rob Font completely beating out Cheeto in terms of speed in their first fight. He was able to outland him like I don't know, like at least 2-1 at the very least. Like outlanding him by like hundreds of shots. Damn, the girl that I thought was Brazilian, then thought was Mexican, is actually Brazilian. The one that looked native. Yeah, dude. We've got a Mexican versus a Brazilian, and they're both named Yasmin. Like a Native American from South America. I think she is. Like even if Cruz is faster than Cheeto just has a way of slowing down fights by finding his shots, trying to take away your legs, letting you kind of punch yourself out by just having good defense. Oh my god, dude, that right hand was clean. That was money. I never understand hugging your opponent when you're starting a fight. Unless you have a very good just internal rapport and you know what they're thinking. Yeah, it's because we pretty much genocided our Native American population. Like, there was a government program meant to just destroy Native American culture. Like, taking Native American children out of their homes and putting them into boarding schools where they're, like, taught to be white, pretty much. It's, like, actually so fucked up how America is... how, like, the U.S. has treated its Native population. Like, honestly, ever since Europeans met natives in the United States, they've been trying to kill them. Even now, no one gives a shit about them. Like, even now, people that advocate for Native American rights are kind of just laughed off. Like, oil companies are just putting pipelines directly through their land, like through their lakes and water supplies, and then people are like calling them kind of like crazy for complaining about it. Ooh, that's a good left hand from Lucindo. This is a close fight, man. They didn't want to convert the Africans, though. They weren't considered without a soul, but the natives were judged with a soul. They weren't considered without a soul? What? Yeah. Yeah, honestly, like, for never having fought in the UFC before, these women are both pretty good. Lucindo's got to fucking cut her hair, though. Like, her hair is just long enough to be in her eyes. It's annoying me. Yeah, I think that Harugi's just a little bit of a tighter striker. In Brazil, the Catholic Church protected the natives a lot against the Europeans. They were worried about the Protestant rise and wanted to convert the million natives there was. Damn, dude. That Catholic Church. They're always doing, like, charity, you know? Oh, we're just taxing you for your work. Don't worry, it's charity, though. We're giving you salvation. Oh my god. They're just Beyblading. Oh my god. Wow. I gotta hand it to the matchmakers. Putting this fight in like the co-main is like pretty smart because this is a banger. Oh my god, dude. Digging body shot to a left hook. Or wait, that was a right hook. Oh, okay, dude. Even if Jarugi's might have the crisper striking, Lucindo's shots are fucking hard. They're chanting Lucindo. Do, do, do. God damn. Dude, Lucinda's she's a showman or showwoman. Yeah, that was an unexpectedly great fight. Honestly, I give Lucindo 2 rounds to 1. I thought she won the first and the third. The Europeans wanted to enslave the natives at first and did so in the beginning, but when the church started to place roots here, they would make sure there was no enslavement of natives. But they were fine with enslaving black people. Were they fine with African slaves? I mean, you got to give the church credit for at least wanting to have like a slightly different version of slavery where they wanted them to like be free but still controlled by the church instead of just straight up slavery. Like that's like you can't just be completely opposed to the church so much so that you are unable to point out any good they did. Like, ugh, gotta give him credit for that one. But also, they probably shouldn't have been wanting to enslave natives at all in the first place. Wow, so close. 66 to 61 head strikes, 14 to 13 body strikes, and then 9 to 26. Well, honestly, I rate leg kicks the lowest in terms of importance of strikes. Lucindo, right? She won? Wow. I've been off with all of my predictions of decisions so far. I totally thought that Lucinda won that. When they said 30-27, I totally thought the Brazilian won that fight. Yeah, I mean, that left hand was beautiful. Oh, wait. was the punch I was talking about. One, got to be responsible about these issues. Current model of universities. Well, I mean, ultimately, just because. Yeah, I know that it's not really unfair. Like, it was a close fight, but I've just been so off in my predictions of these fights. So, like, I thought Lucinda won, I thought Godinez won, and I thought that Brzezinski won, and all of them didn't win. Like, I've been getting wrecked by the judges today. I mean, she was good. Like, that one in my opinion was probably the closest fight. Like, the least egregious. There's DW. I thought Lucindo landed the harder shots there. I missed all my predictions, but I got most of the scorecards. Yeah, dude, I've been kind of predicting this badly too. Well, I guess I haven't been doing that many predictions, but yeah, like tonight's fights have been really good and also kind of surprising. If Cruz wins this, I miss all of them. Dude, if Cruz wins this, I'm not even going to care because that would be impressive. If the Cruz, the Dominator, can win it. But it's just not going to happen. I don't see how he wins it. Chito Vera's just... Dude, Chito Vera's 29. He's not even 30. He's so tough. Brandon Moreno's wife... Wow, this girl's a huge star. Everyone loves her. Oh, Mackenzie Dern? What? Mackenzie Dern threw a baseball? Where the hell was she? Oh my god. Show the shot. Did it work? Dude, Gon versus Tuivasa is so funny. That fight honestly cracks me up because it's such a polar opposite of styles. Dude, these main events are cracking me up. Other than Sandhagen versus Song. Moreno's wife is a mamacita? What is a mamacita? I'm white, I don't understand. I'm white! Tell me what a mamacita is! Over 4.5? So they think this is going to go to decision. See, I feel like Cruz is going to... I think that Cruz might get finished here. I mean, Moreno's wife is pretty good looking, but best looking wife in the UFC. Who do you got? Let me see if they have anything. UFC fighters' wives. Dude, Poirier has a pretty good looking wife. What? God, dude. Michael Bisping's. Oh yeah, you're right. You know who? I think is also a contender. Hold on. I think Robert Whittaker has a pretty good looking wife. Also, hold on. Dan Hardy wife. Paulo Costa's wife? Dude, Dan Hardy's wife is pretty good looking too. Veronica or whatever her name is. Dan Hardy, dude. Dan Hardy did way more. He went out of his league, man. Dude, she's pretty good looking. All right, who's Paulo Costa's? I didn't know Paulo Costa was married. This looks like a fucking high school prom picture. You know what? Let's be honest, dude. The schmo got off the charts with his wife. I don't even want to look up Chael Sonnen's wife. He's like so private about his family life. Who is Paulo Costa's girlfriend? Who else? Michael Bisping. Yeah, you're right, dude. Michael Bisping did do pretty well. I don't even know who else is there. What about Mike Perry? Mike Perry, girlfriend. Best looking corner in the UFC, man. Oh yeah, then this is his ex-wife. Dude, what? Who posted this picture? They cut out Mike Perry's face. Come on, they didn't have to do Mike Perry like that. They did him dirty. Oh my god. They literally just cut out Mike Perry's face. That's hilarious. Oh yeah. What about Dustin Poirier though? Oh, not tattoos. Dustin Poirier's wife is pretty good looking. Got that Southern charm to her. Was this what Connor got in his DMs? Holy shit, dude. Dude, what the fuck? Okay. Alright. Onama versus Landwehr. Dude, Nate Landwehr is a fucking country bumpkin, dude. But I hope he's tough because Onama hits like a train. Fabricio Verdum's wife. Alright, I gotta look it up. Verdum wife. Yeah, she's pretty. I mean, considering how Fabricio Verdum looks, like, holy shit, dude. Roy Nelson's wife looks like that. Yeah, Verdum has a good-looking family. Picture at Disneyland. What about Stipe? Has a pretty good-looking wife too. Dude, Stipe looks like the grandpa from Up. Look at his face there, with his like square ass nose and his gummy grin and his block head. Dude, I love Stipe. I think he's hilarious. All right. Okay. Okay. Enough of this. Enough. Nate Landwehr versus Onama. Stipe looks like a fireman dad. He is a fireman dad. I just think Stipe is funny. Nate the Train Landwehr. It's such a random ass nickname. All right. Oh god, he has his nickname tattooed on his shoulder. Come on, man. You're not gonna be a fighter forever. Yeah, he is too inactive. But I mean, it is heavyweight, so I mean, I wasn't really there when he was champion, but I can definitely see what you mean. Heavyweight moves slow as fuck. Shit, dude, let's go. Let's fucking go. I'm so hyped. I'm like so high on Onama. Yeah, but one time a year is like pretty average for champions. Like I agree, it's not ideal, but I don't think that he. But I think that he gets like a little bit too much hate because one time a year is average. Like I don't know what's going on now. Like we just get spoiled with guys like Kamaru Usman and Alex Volkanovski, who's like okay to fight once every like 4 months. Well, now Usman's kind of slowing down a bit, but okay, dude, what is Onama doing? Get back in your corner, my man. What is going on, dude? These guys want to like get in a room or something. Just put them in a room, play some romantic music. Jesus Christ, they like can't keep their hands off of each other. Cool nationalistic name. It is a cool name though. I mean, I really hope that he's not like a white supremacist because that would just be too ironic. Okay, dude, Mike Beltran's beard is always tucked inside of his shirt. Like, that's got to be uncomfortable. My prediction is Onama by knockout. Ah, dude, Onama's jabs are nice. That's three jabs and they've all landed, all snapped back Nate's head. He's also been doing a pretty good job of just like checking Landwehr's leg kicks, or at least he's just lifting up his leg, so there's no weight on it. So then when Landwehr's kicks land, they just push his leg back, and there's like no actual damage. All right, okay, okay, let's go. Landwehr like parried a nice jab from Onama. Onama just looks so calm in there, man. Good jab. All right, okay, okay. Landwehr throwing some stuff. Nothing super effective so far. Nothing effective on. Whoa! Nothing effective on other side. Warmocked defense force. That's cool. Ooh, shit. Oh, the jab's already kind of marking up Landwehr's face. Oh, that's the flag, Uganda. Yeah, yeah, the left side of Landwehr's face is already marked up from that jab. Ooh, it's all red. Oh, man. He's just been so diligent about dealing with those leg kicks Landwehr has been throwing at him. I don't think Landwehr expected those leg kicks to have no effect whatsoever. Onama's like dealing with them without even acknowledging them. It's like just so impressive. Oh, let's go! Oh, high elbow guillotine. No, he's going for ground and pound, which I like. He's just the more powerful guy, and he's also the faster guy. Yeah, dude, Onama looks good. And he is good, man. He's really good. His one loss is a fight that he did lose, but he was fucking his opponent up. It was it's that guy from like Wales, I think. Or Scotland. I forget his name. Oh my god! Knocks the guy down into full mount. I'm pretty sure Onama trains with James Krause too. Nice. Displaying a little bit of wrestling. I like that. Now, what he cannot do is gas himself out because, oh my god, directly into full mount. Takes the back. Now, this is what I was talking about, man. Onama cannot gas himself out. He's got to get up here. He's got to get up here. Open up your guard, put your feet on the hips, and push away. Yeah, James. I just heard James Krause yell, feet on his hips. Do it. Open up your guard. That was a mistake from Landwehr. He just let him stood up. He just let him stand up. Oh my god. That was such a bad mistake. Onama, make some distance, my man. Make some distance. You don't need to wrestle him. You're fucking him up on the feet. This is how you gas out and lose the fight. Make some distance. You got this. Wow, Landwehr's face is pink as a rose. Those jabs from Onama. Damn, dude. Could increase a bump in personal defense himself. I mean, Landwehr's defense is basically punch me until you get tired, and then I'll punch you back. Onama is tired. He is tired, but it doesn't matter. He can still punch. He can still knock him out. No more wrestling. James Krause just told him to not wrestle. I love it. Don't wrestle. Oh my god, he wasn't even looking at it. Yeah, Onama should not have wrestled there. See, dude, fuck, he's like off his game. Now he's not even able to deal with these leg kicks like he was in the first round. He's just lost his mental confidence, man. He's eating some big shots here. Maybe he needs to wrestle, man. He's too tired. He's too tired to wrestle. He's got to knock out Landwehr. Onama needs to do some stuff. Otherwise, he's just done. Like, the ref might just stop this fight. Michael Bisping's like, he's breaking him physically, mentally, spiritually. Oh, dude, it's done. He's gonna tap. Oh, he fought the hands. I thought he was just gonna take that excuse to go out of the fight. $3 minutes. Is he even gonna survive this round? Easy full mount. He doesn't have the submission, though. Landwehr needs to stop trying to submit Onama. Just punch him in the... What? Oh my god, dude. What a difference between round 1 and 2. Onama, my man, keep your hands up. Holy shit, dude. If he survives this round, it's going to be crazy. There's no way he survives this round. Oh my god. Uh-oh, armbar. Darce choke. That's not really an anaconda choke, is it? Oh! Come on, Onama. You need your second. You need your second gust of wind, man. Landwehr? Yeah, I know, but he's American, so he doesn't even understand that W's are pronounced like V's. God, dude, Landwehr's ground and pound is ass. He's actually just landing more damage on the feet. Dude, what is Landwehr doing? He keeps going for submission attempts and losing the position. This is a crazy fight. Onama's so tired, dude. Oh, and a takedown. A minute left. A minute left. Final minute, 50 seconds left. Is Onama... Dude, if Onama survives this round, that's a moral victory. Come on, Landwehr needs to do something. Don't go for a submission attempt. 30 seconds left. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. 20 seconds. He's still in it. Landwehr sucks at ground and pound. He's horrible at it. None of his shots are landing. Onama's gassed and he's not even landing. Dude, Landwehr's gassed too. Oh my god, what a fight. Honestly, that was like a 10-8 round, though. You can argue that round 1 is a 10-8, too, because Onama did drop Landwehr and landed brutal ground and pound on him. Dude, James Krause is like, do you even want to keep fighting? What a fight, dude. This is like some of the most swingy shit I've seen. Landwehr was literally exhausted at the end of that round. He wouldn't even punch anymore. He was sitting in Onama in full mount and unable to punch him. Why wouldn't he keep punching? Holy shit, dude. I'm so fucking hyped up for this fight. Why is Herbert Burns tweeting? He should be in the hospital recovering from his shittiness in his last fight. Onama, you gotta throw punches, man. Otherwise the ref's gonna stop it. Oh my god, and he's punching more. Dude, they're both so tired. Holy shit. But what is... Okay. He's throwing a knee. I thought he was going to go for another submission. He walks away. Punch him in the back of the head, bro. Oh, dude, Landwehr's hilarious. He pulls guard and then Landwehr's just like, fuck this shit. This is like Gaethje versus Michael Johnson. Oh my god, dude. 3 minutes. Landwehr is definitely winning this round so far. And dude, we don't even know if the judges gave him like a 10. We don't know if the judges gave 10-8s in either of the rounds. Oh! Dude, what the hell? Dude, this fight is so crazy. Oh my god! The crowd. Oh, Dominic, he needs to just keep punching. Oh my god, dude. Landwehr's exhausted. They're both exhausted. Oh, Nama's showboating. He's getting himself fired up. There's more showboating in this fight than punching. Oh my god. They're both so tired. Landwehr can't even lift his knees up for a knee. But Onama can't even lift his arms up for a punch, and that's the difference. Oh my god, a jab on the way in. Onama blew his wad when he's trying to finish Landwehr after he dropped him. Oh my god, who's gonna get a takedown? Onama, come on. Oh, head kick. He flexes. He goes like this. Dude, every punch is amazing. Oh my god. Dude, 34-17, it's literally exactly double. He's going for a Kimura. He's basically crucifixed Onama here. 40 seconds left. He just lets him up. Punch him. Dude, you have 30 seconds. Dude, Landwehr's just getting up. This is one of the weirdest fights I've ever seen. Punch him, Onama. What are you doing? He's just too tired, man. He's too tired to even punch. Oh my god! What? 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 What the hell? This is crazy shit! The ref got punched! What the fuck? What the fuck? Dude! That's one of the craziest fights I've ever seen. Oh my god. Don't stop the fight. Give us a little more. Dude, do you want these guys to die? You want them to fight for 10 more minutes? Are you insane? Holy shit, dude. That's actually one of the craziest fights I've ever seen. Dude, that's so fucking weird. Landwehr just kept getting up. He just kept getting up off of Onama and walking around. I don't even know how you score this. Yeah, dude, Yaki got fucked, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god. I'm still in disbelief. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Okay, how I would score this fight. Honestly, 10-8 round 1 for Onama. And then you gotta do 10-8, maybe 10-7 round 2 for Landwehr. And dude, round 3 was crazy. Like, that was an extremely close fight too. Because in terms of damage, I think Onama landed more damage than Landwehr. Dude, wow. (29-27). So 10. God, dude, these judges are ass. I swear to God. Why do they never give 10-8 rounds? Round 1 should have been a 10-8. Round 2 should have been a 10-7. And round 3 should have been like a 10-9. Dude, Nate Landwehr is a character. Still though, God, I have to look at the judges' scorecards because they're horrible. 'What? I don't even know what he was saying. Dude, I know, that was crazy shit. Damn, dude, what a welcome party for Nate Landwehr. Honestly, all of my predictions were wrong on this fight card because I thought Onama would clean up. And he looked fucking good until he got exhausted. Gotta give Landwehr credit because he took everything Onama had and then gave it back to him. Crazy shit. Unless fighting to the death becomes legal in the future, this is the ultimate sport. Yeah. Dude, seriously, this is the ultimate sport. All other sports are just simulations of fist fighting. And maybe like simulations of multi people battles, like in football or soccer. They're all just like, oh, if I was not going to fight you, what would we do? Oh, I know. Let's like hit a ball over a net. Holy shit, dude. And we still have the main fucking event coming up after this? Oh my god. I'm so exhausted after that fight. That was crazy. Man, I'm rooting for Dominic Cruz. I really am.
Winning is not the most important thing. It's the only thing that matters. I do everything to have a chance to win the fight.
Pretty much every civilization in the world has some kind of wrestling competition, no matter how primal. I mean, yeah, it's always interesting to be like, oh, I'm stronger than you. I can be the one that pushes you further than you can push me. I mean, when you think about just sports, they're like competitions. And like the most, yeah, you're right. Primal's a good word for it. And the most primal competition ever is fighting. Like who can defeat the other person until they cannot go anymore. Dominic Cruz's blitzes are so nice. He throws punches from like so many different angles. Whew. Dude, if Dominic Cruz, we like to push crap. If Dominic Cruz can beat Marlon Vera, fights the belt, let's say Dillashaw beats Aljo. Let's say Dillashaw beats Aljo and Cruz beats Vera. And then Cruz fights Aljo for the belt. That would be one of the most. And if he beats or fucking hell, not Aljo. Let's say TJ beats Aljo, and then Cruz fights TJ for the belt and wins it against him. That'd be one of the most insane, legendary things that like ever happened in this sport. If Cruz can beat Vera and then fight against the champ and win the belt, that'd be insane. Like I don't think you can overstate how crazy that would be. But dude, this is such a tough test. This is one of the toughest matchups in the division for Cruz. Like Vera is just so defensively sound, and he's so good at grinding you down. Dude, I am so hyped for this shit. I'm so hyped for it. Is it possible? Okay, Cruz beating Dillashaw is definitely possible. I think that I honestly think this is the hardest matchup in the division for Cruz. If Cruz can get past Vera, like if he can beat Vera tonight, I think he has a legit chance of winning the belt. The problem is if Aldo beats Marab in the next fight, because then Aldo might get a chance to fight for the belt too. Dude, let's go. I am so hyped for this. This is like a legendary... Dude, Cruz is just a legendary athlete. He's a legendary member of the bantamweight division. Like, referred to as one of the greatest bantamweights of all time. He looks like he's in tremendous shape. I also love how, like... Because isn't Marlon Vera a commentator too? In Spanish? Isn't he on the Spanish language broadcast? Like, I love how they're both commentators. They're like, Cruz commentated Cheeto's fight against Rob Font, I'm pretty sure. Well, dude, you know Aldo's fighting Merab Dvalishvili in his next fight, right? Aldo's gonna have to knock out Aldo, but Aldo's just looked so fucking good in his last couple of fights. Like, he's so... Yeah, he's just really good, man. Shone Manabi, Ecuador. It's so funny. I feel like Cruz and Vera are like polar opposites. Vera's all smiles and like loose. Cruz is all tense and serious as he's like running to the cage. Vera's skipping to the cage. Cruz just like is so analytical and serious. Vera's just like, ah, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Verdum was on it. I'm pretty sure it's Brandon Moreno. And I thought Marlon Vera was on it too, but I could be wrong. You know who I might be thinking of? Instead of Marlon Vera, I think it's Santiago Ponzinibbio is on the Latin American broadcast. I think Ponzi is on it, not Vera. I might have just thought it was Vera because he's friends with Michael Bisping. Also, hot take, the scorpion on the side of Cheeto's head is actually a cool tattoo. Jose Aldo, Lyoto Machida. I haven't seen too many of Lyoto's fights. So, Izzy has an amazing anti-wrestling style. Like, let's be honest there. Gaethje is good anti-wrestling. Why is Aldo's anti-wrestling so good? Like, what does he do that's good against wrestlers? Is it just that he has, like, extremely good takedown defense? Or is there something about, like, the way he stands? Or the way he keeps his hands? Okay, I have to piss before this happens. Before this fight happens. When was Aldo taken down and kept down by anybody? I don't think he ever was for real. He has crazy balance. He faced a lot of excellent wrestlers. Nobody could take him down and keep him there. He has good knees. People would come for takedowns. Yeah, you're right. He does have very good balance. And, I mean, he stands straight up and down, but he's gotten really to, like, that Muay Thai style of standing where he has, like, a high guard, really light on his lead leg so he can pull it out of the way or, like, throw knees up the middle. Oh, my God, let's go. I hope that... Dude, what would be hilarious is if Herb Dean stops the fight early. And you know what? I rewatched this. Holy shit, dude! He's coming out blitzing. I did rewatch the Cejudo versus Cruz fight, and I have to say, I do admit that I think it was an early stoppage by Keith Peterson. I don't know if he smelled like alcohol and cigarettes, but I think it was an early stoppage. Those blitzes, man, Cruz is coming out hot. He's coming out hot. Cruz has such good slips, and I noticed that Cheeto throws a lot of things straight up the middle, especially at distance. He loves to throw straight teep kicks to the body, and also jabs and left hands, like straight left hands. So Cruz's head movement, like he's always off the center line. It's going to be extremely useful in this fight. The problem is he might move right onto a knee or an uppercut or like a hook. Okay, dude, what did I talk about? He's got to throw those leg kicks, right? Whoever throws these leg kicks first, whoever takes control of these leg kicks might do well. Cheeto's just so freaking durable. Nice. That's what I was saying, dude. He's got to mix in that wrestling. Cheeto does get a little bit too close for comfort in a couple of these exchanges that I've seen. He clinches up a lot with people. Cruz did that exact same thing to Cejudo. Cejudo threw a leg kick. Oh, shit! Dropped, dude. Cruz did the exact same thing to Cejudo. Cejudo threw a leg kick and he like leaned down and grabbed it. The problem is, yeah, like Cruz has gotten dropped a lot in his last fights. Oh, those head kicks are nice too. Targeting the body. That was a good body shot. Oh, his blitzes are honestly unparalleled blitzes. Like, a lot of times when fighters blitz in like that, it looks amateurish because they're just like throwing random shots trying to get you. But almost all of Cruz's shots land. Cheeto's gonna take this really slow. Holy shit! He's throwing so hard. Cheeto's taking this really slow. Staking it defensively sound, reading out Cruz. Yeah. Push kick up the middle. Cruz is blitzing in like a motherfucker. Holy God. I'm just so curious, like, so Cheeto threw that jab and it landed. He's throwing like, yeah, he's throwing jabs and push kicks like he always does. He's gonna try to like catch Cruz with a check left hook as Cruz comes in. God, dude, Cruz just blitzing him across the octagon. I'm gonna look up their reach. Between rounds, I'll look up their reach. Oh, God, Cruz is such good head movement. Oh, fuck, dude, why is Cruz so awesome? Like, Vera's awesome too, but to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of his style. I think he's an awesome fighter. I think he's great, but his style is just kind of ugly. He just takes shots, lets his opponent kind of wear themselves down, and then he just like starts grinding on them, beating the shit out of them. Dude, these takedowns are nice. I like how Cruz is staying close to him too, because Cheeto does like to throw elbows, and those elbows are damaging. Armbar. He got out of it. Cruz is looking sharp, man. Look at Cheeto's nose. It's already pretty pink from those straight punches. Nice. Just kick Cheeto's legs. Why not? Win the round. Get that round in the bank. What a fight, dude. What a fucking fight. That was awesome. All right. Oh, check. Yeah, left hook. I thought it was a jab. Completely missed that. So the reach, Dominic Cruz has a 2 inches shorter in reach. And then height, they're the exact same height. Okay. Lyoto had a similar style of blitzing forward very well, throwing well with both hands. Yeah, like kind of like a karate blitz. But Machida stood pretty straight up, right? He didn't, because Cruz is leaning forwards, like kind of swinging his shots too. I don't know. I haven't watched a ton of Machida's fights, but yeah, I thought Cruz won that. I thought Cruz won that round. He was definitely more active. 31-11, almost 3 times the number of strikes. Good body shot from Cruz there. Perillo told Cheeto to be a little bit more, throw a little bit more in this fight, or this round. Those leg kicks from Cruz are nice. Cruz needs to keep going those leg kicks. Dude, Cruz's head movement is so good. The thing is, he cannot do that fucking head movement shit when he's close to Cheeto, because he's going to get caught by a knee, which is exactly what happened to him against Cejudo. These live odds are nuts, dude. Those leg kicks are nice. I don't know if it's that Cruz is starting to slow down or that Cheeto's just pressing forward, but the tide of the fight seems to have shifted. Or I guess like it's just Cruz is not pressuring. I love those head kicks from Cruz though. Like Cheeto's not even attempted to try to counter them. Nice left hand from Cruz. It missed, but it was close. Ah, dude, this is such a good fight. Vera needs to do some more stuff, man. Like, I know Cruz is hard to hit, but just throw to the body. Just throw to the body. Throw to the body! Come on, dude. Oh my god! Clean right hand. Perillo doesn't seem happy. A nice 1-2 from the Cruz. From the Dominator. Cheeto's doing a great job of pressuring Cruz, though. And, like, kind of just boxing him in against the cage. But Cruz's lateral movement is just really unparalleled, man. He's such good lateral movement. Like, side to side. So he can pretty easily skate out along the sides of the fence. Dude, his blitzes are so entertaining. God damn. That push kick from Cheeto's good. He's got, like... Cruz has extremely good head movement, but he should still just push kick his body. I love how Cruz starts his combinations with the leg kicks. Because it gets Vera off balance. And then he just blitzes in when Vera's already on his back foot. And it kind of takes away the counter-striking ability from Vera. Because he can't, like, sit down. Because he's already getting pushed backwards when Cruz starts blitzing. Oh, fuck, dude. Those strikes were close to landing on Cruz. Wow, they're just phone booth fighting. Dude, 120 shots thrown by Cruz. Those shots from Vera are getting close to landing, though. Like we've seen Vera get down in the numbers before. Like get outstruck and still win the fight cleanly. Dude, Cruz has got to be careful when he's dipping his head down when he's that close to Cheeto, because that's when Cheeto's going to throw those knees. That was a good left hand, though, or a right hand. Ah, nice head kick. I love those head kicks from Cruz. Like, just keep them coming. They're so fast. Like, all Vera can really do is just block them. Nice. Cruz is looking tired, but... I mean, he is just kind of in first gear still. Obviously, it's a very high first gear, but this was his game plan the entire fight, and he hasn't really deviated from his game plan, so he should be semi-okay. Oh! 2 rounds to Cruz, my boy. Let's go. That's 2 rounds in the bank, in my opinion. I don't think Vera really landed much that fight or that round. This is the... Can he? No, he cannot keep this pace till the end. We saw Vera started pressuring forward that round. He's going to keep pressuring. His punches are getting closer and closer to landing on Cruz. But Vera is down 2 rounds, and this is the problem with picking Vera to win these fights, is that he's always going to start at a deficit because he's a fucking slow starter. I'm curious to see how people have this fight scored. Why are they starting so close together? They're like on the monster logo. God, dude, Cruz is so fucking impressive. Those leg kicks from Cruz are so good. They're just money, man. The way he starts his combinations with leg kicks, immediately blitzing into combinations, it's like fucking Justin Gaethje. His leg kicks are so good. They're so good. It's actually just... Ooh, there we go. There we go. That was a good right hand from Vera. Those... Man. Again. I don't feel like Vera is the type of guy that will get frustrated in fights, though. Like, when it's not going his way, he'll kind of shut down, because we saw him against Jose Aldo, where he was kind of coming back in the second round, starting to land some shots on Aldo, but then Aldo took his back and just controlled him for the entire third round. And he didn't seem to be frustrated at all. He just kept that same methodical pace of just slow and steady work. And like, he ended up losing the fight because he wasn't able to get Aldo off of his back. Double jab into a right hand. Dude, Cruz's recoverability is insane. keep just head kicking out. Ooh, that's a nice stomp to Cruz's knee. Vera's got to leg kick him some more. Was that it? Was that a double jab left hand or right hand? What stance was that in? Yeah, dude, Cruz is starting to slow down a little bit. Just a bit. I would like to see Cruz mix in some more wrestling. Just a touch more. You're getting so close to him. Cheeto allows people to get close to him in this fight, in the strikes. Those leg kicks from Cruz, though. He's got to keep going to him. Oh my God. Come on, Cruz. You got this. Cheetah's just doing a way better job of like touching up the body. Just a bit. Just a bit. Good takedown attempt. Oh. Good head movement there. Yeah, Cheetah's just touching up the body a little bit more. Cruz blitzing forward. Oh, God. I mean, I can't even be mad about this fight. Cruz has done such a good job of like picking Cheeto's game apart and actually just working with it. Now it's just, they're literally just testing their physical abilities. Like, is Cruz going to be able to keep up this pace? Or is Cheeto's steady, methodical pressure going to slowly break Cruz down? People were expecting this fight to go to a decision, pretty much. I don't know, man. I really don't know, because, to be honest, Cruz getting dropped in all of his previous fights, like, my honest prediction is Cheeto via finish. But Cruz is looking so good. Like, I'm so rooting for Cruz here. His left hands have been just nice. Everything Cruz is doing has been good. Like, he's just such a fucking smart fighter. Shush. These elbows are not great for Cruz. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Cheeto won that round, but I can definitely see an argument for Cruz having won it. Like, and when it's down to the judges, I don't know who they're gonna give it to. I think the first two rounds are clearly Dominic Cruz. Third round could be Cheeto. So Cheeto could need a finish, or Dominic Cruz could need another round. Oh, yeah, it was a right hand. Okay, Dominic Cruz wasn't dropped that badly, though. I mean, they're saying that was, like, Cheeto's best round. And really, you can only point to 2 punches. And then you have all of, like, the body kicks and shit. Dude, Dominic Cruz literally started with his foot on the monster sign. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not where they're supposed to start. Nice takedown attempt. It doesn't even matter if, like, Cheeto just, like, defends the takedown. Look at that, man. Catches the leg, throws a power right hand. A lot of people are scoring that round to Cheeto. I still think that round was extremely close. I'm not super confident giving it to Cheeto. Because, like, even though Cheeto landed a couple of good leg kicks, Cheeto landed a couple of good punches to Cruz's face. Cruz landed a shit ton of leg kicks, not to mention all of his blitzes that round. God, dude, Cruz's right hand. Oh my God, he just keeps getting caught. Nice. Yeah, that right hand was right through Cheeto's guard. Cheeto's doing a great job of just like timing him with these jabs. When Cruz gets a little bit lazy with the head movement, that's when he's getting hit. When he's moving his head, he's money. And I don't think Cheeto's really been throwing, like, I don't think Cheeto's even really thinking about throwing these. He's having a lot of success with just his straight punches. So if Cruz can just stay vigilant. What? Dominic Cruz is the favorite in the live odds? That's crazy shit. Oh my God! The same exact thing that happened with Cejudo, dude. Fuck. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. His nose is destroyed. Oh. Again. Fuck. What did I say? He always dips to his side when he gets out. When he leaves his combinations. I thought it was going to be knees or uppercuts, but Cheeto just threw a fucking head kick. Jesus Christ. Dude, his nose was crumpled like a fucking soda can. That was an immediate impact. You can see the dent in his nose. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Dude, that's the thing. Cruz can do all of that shit. He can go in and out. He can blitz. He can throw leg kicks. He can mix in takedowns. He can work as hard as he possibly can. But in the end, his body's just not as durable as it once was. And he's fighting against these guys who are more and more durable. They can take his shots. They can take his blitzes. They can just end up finishing him, dude. They can take everything he throws at him. And then they just get you. Oh my God. Fuck. Dude. I feel so bad for Dominic Cruz because it's not even like he got outfought there. It's just that Cheeto like capitalized on mistakes that he capitalized on, like the natural built-in mistakes that are a part of Cruz's game. I mean, if Dominic Cruz wanted to retire, I'd be fine with that. Like, he can easily get wins against guys lower ranked in the bantamweight division. Like, Cruz can easily beat guys like Frankie Edgar. I mean, I guess the guys that he can beat are less and less. Like, do you really see him beating? He could beat Jack Shore. I don't think he could beat Umar. He could probably beat Sean O'Malley. He could beat Frankie Edgar. He could probably beat Ricky Simone. Song Yadong, he'd probably lose to. He beat Pedro Munoz. I think he could beat him again. Rob Font, he might lose to. He might win. Marab, he'd probably lose to. Like, there are wins that Cruz can pick up at bantamweight, but do you really want to see him, dude? I don't want to see him, like, become a gatekeeper where he goes 50-50 with wins and losses. I think you're right. He should just retire. He's already done everything he needs to do in that sport. Yeah, you're right, dude. Chito Vera has some fucking power. Dude, it was so close, too. Like, it was definitely not out of the realm of possibility that Cruz wins. Dude, Cruz was a fucking favorite when he got finished. In the live odds? Like, I think people thought he was winning. Oh my god. Wow. Were there even any submissions? I don't think there were any submissions. Best fight of the night was probably, I mean, dude, the main event was a great fight. But the best fight was probably Onama versus Landwehr, just because of how crazy that was. I've never seen a fight that crazy where someone's lying on top of their opponent, then they just get up and they just get up and walk away, and then their opponent gets up and like punches them in the face. It's some crazy shit. The co-main event was awesome too. Here, let me make this bigger. Gerald Mearshart had the only submission. It wasn't like the best submission. It wasn't even that good of a submission because, in my opinion, Bruno Silva just wanted to quit the fight, so he like didn't even really tap to it that much, or like he didn't really fight out of it that much. Landwehr is probably the best fight. Marlon Vera, best knockout by far. Best prospect, Azamat Murzakanov is a fucking beast, dude. Also, the women's flyweight was pretty good. Also, Josh Quinlan was pretty good. I want to see more of him before I call him a good prospect. But best prospect, probably Azamat and Yasmin Jarugai. Because Yasmin was good, man. That was a frenetic fight, too. The last 3 fights were awesome. They were actually awesome. Yeah, it is the only submission. Best sub, best knockout. Yeah, best knockout, Marlon Vera. Best submission, the only submission, Mearshart. Best fight, probably Onama versus Landwehr. Honestly, like, best prospects, Onama's a good prospect. Mirzakhanov really impressed me because I thought Devin Clark was going to be good. Like, dude, Devin Clark is someone that gave Anthony Smith problems, and Mirzakhanov kind of just walked through him. So, like, that just gives you kind of some perspective on how good Mirzakhanov actually is. I want to see more of these two strawweights, but they were fun. They put on a pace and they did not stop. So, at the very least, they have cardio and they throw punches, which is great. Priscilla Cachoeira, not a huge fan of. If Ariane Lipski had won, that would have been more interesting. Cachoeira's okay. These two guys didn't really impress me that much, like Budai versus Brzeski. Nina Nunes retired. She's not a prospect. Tyson Nam got a pretty good shot on Ode Osborne, but also Ode was being a dumbass. And Damon Blackshear, Drew, he kind of gassed out. I mean, there were really good fights. It's just like not a lot of movement. Obviously, Marlon Vera. I mean, Marlon Vera didn't really prove that much in this fight other than he has just fucking good power at bantamweight. He's really good. I don't know. I had seen Dominic Cruz getting finished. Or I had seen Dominic Cruz getting dropped by Cejudo. He got dropped twice against Pedro Munoz. Like, I could have seen him getting dropped against Vera. But then when he did get dropped and he was able to get back up, like, that was a sign that maybe he could, like, fight his way to a decision and then win the fight there. But like, I did, my original prediction was Marlon Vera finishing Dominic Cruz, and turned out that was the case. But man, dude, I was rooting for Cruz so much, and he loses to Vera, cause now his record is. Because now he's lost to who? Cody Garbrandt, Henry Cejudo, and now Marlon Vera. Like, he's losing. Yeah. Cody Garbrandt, Cejudo, Marlon Vera. Oh, he lost to Uriah Faber? Wait. How come it's... Oh, so he's lost 4 times. Like, all of the guys he's lost to were champions. And now he's losing to Marlon Vera, so... yeah, I don't really want to see him losing to just regular guys on the card. Yeah. It's rough, dude. He's a great fighter. He has an awesome style. He's like one of the founders of the bantamweight division. But it might just be time, man. It might just be time. He looked great. If that was a 3-round fight, he would have won. And I still favor him to win in a 3-round fight if they were to run it back like tomorrow. It's just that it was a 5-round fight. Marlon Vera had enough time to work, enough time to like kick it up a notch. He put the pressure on Cruz, and he caught him. And I'm not here to like diminish what Vera did, but it was just kind of like seemed like an inevitability to me, where he would just start catching Cruz with more and more shots the longer the fight went. Oh, man. I was rooting for Cruz so much. Okay. All right, that's it. Thanks for tuning in, man. That was some fun fights. Those fights were really fun. The Kona main event was crazy. The women's fight was crazy, and then the main event was everything that I thought it would be too. All right, that's it. Everyone have